Buongiorno a tutti, possiamo prendere posto e diamo inizio alla Summer Excellence School 2024 della Scuola Superiore Isufi.
Sta cercando qualcuno di entrare, non so chi sia però. Casomai lei?
Good morning. Good morning. Dear students, dear speakers, thank you for accepting our invitation. We are honored for your presence. Dear colleagues, illustrious members of the scientific committee of the organizing committee, I address you our heartfelt welcome to the Isufi Summer Excellence School 2024. In doing so, I realize that I have a bit of emotion, which I don't want to hide, but to share with you. This emotion comes from the awareness that today we are about to reap the fruits of an intense work that involved many of us in the last months, and which finally represents a relevant step to introduce Isufi within the international network of research and training centers on interdisciplinarity. The main mission of our school is to offer to students first-level interdisciplinary international training opportunities. In this sense, the program we are proposing in these days and the high internationally recognized level of select speakers represent an excellent promise in this perspective. We will begin with a first theoretical methodological session on the relevance of interdisciplinarity for understanding the complex social and environmental partners we face today, with the talks offered by Rick Sozak of the Alberta University and Gabriele Bamer of the National Australian University. Probably the final part of Professor Bamer's speech, From Theory to Practice, links with afternoon session, when a relevant and innovative example of inter- and transdisciplinary dialogue for research integration will be developed in a very qualified roundtable coordinated by Professor Gianluca Quarta and jointly organized with Professor Francesca Imperiale. Tomorrow, we will continue with the presentation of 3 case studies applying an interdisciplinary approach to grand challenges, with the testimonies offered by Stephanie Breers, Bimbim Pierce, and Maria Guimaraes. This session will be coordinated by Professor Francesca Imperiale, coordinator of the Scientific Committee of the Isufi Summer Excellence School. I give a special thanks to Francesca, because while many of us deserve credit, she deserves the main credit for having first inspired the project of this event and then tenaciously drive us in pursuing it. Finally, in questions and answer time, I expect an active and lively participation from you, from students. We decided to organize the meeting in one of the many enchanting scenarios that Salento offers. Santa Cesarea Terme is, in fact, not just a pier set in the oriental seaside coast, but is an example of a place for more thoughtful tourism, where it's possible to draw directly from the source of intersections of different cultures, traditions, and languages. Let me return to interdisciplinarity with a brief incursion in economics, just to offer an example. Nobel Prize winner for economics Friedrich August von Hayek said that if an economist is just an economist, is not a good economist. I'm in full agreement with this statement. In fact, I felt a great admiration for economists who did not limit their research interest only to economics. Classic aside, who were also philosophers, in the 20th century we find excellent examples. I'll mention very few. Alfred Marshall, who in practice founded his theory of organization by putting a close relationship between economics and theories of mind. John Maynard Keynes, who doesn't need any words because he's known by everyone, but I like to underline his passion for theater, dance, and art in particular, with the same passion for economics. The aforementioned Hayek, who ranged from neurobiology to law to philosophy, Georgescu Reagan and the connection between entropy and economics, Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, two psychologists lent to economics, and I could continue. But let's move on to the example. In the 1950s, Herbert Alexander Simon and Milton Friedman debated on the role of rationality in decision-making processes. Simon maintained that if we left the tourist suburbia of orthodox economics, with their assumptions about the perfect rationality of economic agents in achieving maximizing results, we discovered by simple drawing on teachings from other disciplines that real people are characterized by bounded rationality and act based on procedural rationality. This approach explains very well why bias and systematic errors occur in decision-making human process. In our behavior, we don't aim for maximization, but for the satisfaction of personal aspiration levels, which are very personal and subjective. Friedman replied that, yes, it's true, people don't possess perfect rationality, but he warned the rationality that is not in the individual is in the system, in the market. He considers market as a cybernetic mechanism that powerfully compensates limits of rationality. The only requirement for a perfect functioning is to assure the widest freedom of action for everyone in egoistically pursuing their interests, regulated only by the ruthless law of competition, without any or almost public intervention. The irreconcilable position between Friedman and Simon produces a theoretical and methodological bifurcation. Friedman founded the Chicago School, which systematically pursued the refinement of models well protected in their disciplinary dimension and increasingly delimited by a formalization that was at times even exasperated and sterile self-referential. In practice, it leads to the birth of the neoliberalism, which produced great socioeconomic disasters, the welfare state cut, the exponential growth of inequalities, the devastation of the environment, the absurd Maastricht parameters, the 2008 financial crisis, the growth of unemployment, jobs instability, and many other negative results. Of course, it doesn't always happen this way, but when disciplinary closure becomes arrogance and a sense of superiority compared to other disciplines, this can be the results. On the other hand, Simon's patient and meticulous interdisciplinary approach, which pushed economics to dialogue with psychology, cognitive sciences, cybernetics, artificial intelligence, robotics, administrative science, organizational theory, process theory of decision-making, and others, has explored the world of complexity, which is that of people who, in addition to rationality, also use the emotional, affective, moral, institutional sphere in decision-making, are dependent on the paths previously covered, inserted in collective process. In this way was born science of organization, institutional economics, prospect theory, etc. But above all, the awareness was born that complex problems are faced with the humility of knowing the limits of the disciplinary approach and the inevitability of drawing on other sources. And that innovative knowledge, that of the greatest fascination and interest, always derives from the process of contamination between different disciplines and cultures. This is the source of the tools that we must use to understand the enormous challenges we face, starting with the strongly interwoven environmental, ethical, and social ones, while the phantasmagorical and mathematically sophisticated neoliberalist models can help us very, very little. This is a great lesson which doesn't only belong to economics. We could give several other examples in many different disciplines like physics, biology, medicine, chemistry, law, cultural heritage, literature, etc. But also to the extraordinary collection of examples that art world offers. I don't have room to give many examples. Let me also just to offer a few in musical field. Think of Wagner. Many consider absurd his idea to unify arts, music, architecture, literature, scenography, choreography, history, mythology, etc. in a single artistic figure. Instead, it was the perfect synthesis of the romantic ideal. The result was that, since Wagner, music has never been the same for any composer. Other examples in 20th century, Luigi Nono, who composed his opera Prometheus jointly with the architect Renzo Piano, who designed a structure, a sort of suspended wooden ark, a kind of musical instrument to contain spectators by calculating the effects in the act of composing acoustics that would be resulted. A combination among music, material science, and architecture, which took up to the tradition of Giovanni Gabrieli, a great composer active between the 50s and 60s, calculating the sound effects on the echoes produced by the voices and instruments from the specific architecture of the Cathedral of San Marco in Venice. But there could be many examples. Even Luigi Nono himself, in his futuristic composition for piano and magnetic tape, Sofferte on the Serene is the title in Italian. All the experimental music offered by the Darmstadt School, with Stockhausen and Berio in particular, the multidisciplinary innovations offered by John Cage, or the splendid installation by Laurie Anderson, up to the multi-artistic masterpiece of Pink Floyd, and so on. All these and many others, in a lot of fields, are good examples how much is interdisciplinary approach rich and seminal. But it is time to conclude this introduction, to give space to the two talks of the first opening session. My intent was only to offer some suggestions and formulate the hope that this path we are beginning enlarges the horizons of our minds in designing innovative future scenarios, perhaps rich in splendor like those that nature creates every day for us, including the extraordinary one we have in front of, with this wonderful blue sea. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Now is time for the speech of Rick Sozak from Alberta University. Rick, 50 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Well, I'll start. I guess I should make sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, it's all right.
That's lucky for us all. So let me start out by thanking Salvatore and Francesca for inviting me here. I've been giving conference presentations for decades. This may well be the prettiest place that I've ever given a conference presentation. And I thought the tour of Otranto was nothing short of amazing, so I'm having an amazingly good time. Even if the next hour goes horribly, this has been a great conference, and I'm really happy to be here. I thought, since I'm the first presentation, and I have some idea of just how complicated this must have been to organize, that maybe we could give Salvatore and Francesca and their team a big round of applause for allowing us all to come here. I'm also honored that you all chose me over the beach this morning. That must have been a tough choice as you got out of your hotel rooms. And I'd like to thank you, all the empty seats at the front and everyone packed at the back. This is like teaching in Canada. You make me feel right at home, so thank you for that. So we're going to cover a lot of ground today. What I thought I would do, since, as Salvatore mentioned in his introduction, they're curious about interdisciplinarity and maybe being more explicit about interdisciplinarity within Isufi. And so I thought I would give you kind of an overview of where the literature on interdisciplinarity is, or at least should be. It shouldn't surprise you that there is an international community of scholars that study interdisciplinarity. There's a few of us here at this conference, and we get together at international conferences and we talk about how to do interdisciplinary research and how to do interdisciplinary teaching. Having been in that field for many decades, I should say, I enjoyed Salvatore's remarks. Both Salvatore and I are trained as economists, but have gone on to do weird and wonderful things since then, so I enjoyed his discussion of economics. So there is this global community. I think it's at this interesting point in time. That's why I put up with, you don't have to memorize these book titles. But these were all, 3 of them were published just this year, the other couple within the last couple of years. They both draw together authors from several different continents, and they both strive in some way to establish some common understandings, both of what interdisciplinary is and how to do interdisciplinary research and teaching. So I think we're at a point where we can achieve a lot of consensus about the important questions in the field, yet I'm frustrated that we're not communicating to the wider world some of our more important messages. So I'm going to communicate them to you, and hopefully they make sense, and then you can ask me questions at the end, of course. And I also say I'm very much looking forward to what my friend Gabrielle is going to have to say later. I think many scholars become interdisciplinary because they feel constrained by disciplines, that every discipline has its favored theories and methods and things that it studies, and so people become interdisciplinary because they want to use other theories or other methods or study the relationship to phenomena that are studied in other disciplines. And so that, given that interdisciplinary is freeing in these important ways, many interdisciplinary scholars get suspicious of any attempts, like what I'm going to do for the next hour, of talking about the best ways of doing interdisciplinary. But I think if we don't do that, then it's really hard to convince the rest of the university to take us seriously. And at this point in time, most universities are still dominated by disciplines. The people in charge of most universities are trained in disciplines, have spent their entire careers doing disciplinary teaching and research. We need to convince them to make a bigger space for interdisciplinarity, but we can't really do that if we aren't clear about what interdisciplinarity is and how it should be done. Okay, I am not naive enough to think that we're going to get unanimity amongst my community of scholars who study interdisciplinarity, but we don't have unanimity in economics either. It's very easy, Salvatore or I could easily give you a paragraph that describes what 95% of economists do, but there's a few economists like us who do quite different things. So you can have this sense, we can do the same with interdisciplinarity. We can have a clear sense of what the vast majority of interdisciplinary people do, will still be welcoming to some who do something quite different. And that's good, because if I was just, and then I'd have to sing for an hour, and none of us want that. Or maybe we could do this. We could agree, this is probably the one thing that scholars of interdisciplinarity agree on, is that people in disciplines really don't understand us. But again, if we can't communicate clearly what it is that we do and why, then how can we expect other people to understand us? So it's partly our own fault. I've been around the community long enough that I think I get to say things like that. Okay, so I have this color coding for the rest of my slides. You don't have to memorize it, but there'll be some things where I think we already agree, some things where I think we are getting close to agreement, and then my pet peeves, things that I think we should agree on, but I'm about the only person who feels that way. So we're going to do a bit of all of that stuff. So first of all, what is interdisciplinarity? It's funny, I've been an academic for a long time. Decades ago, the word wasn't thrown around that much, and when it was, people in disciplines often thought that it would be impossible to do interdisciplinary research for the simple reason that it takes a lifetime to master one discipline. So if you've spent your whole career learning economics, then you figure, well, how could I possibly be interdisciplinary? I'd have to spend another lifetime learning sociology. It turns out that you don't have to be an expert in multiple disciplines to draw upon them intelligently. And that, I think, has now been accepted, and we've swung to the other side where people think, oh, well, now everyone's doing interdisciplinary. University presidents talk about it. Granting agencies talk about it. It must be easy. The truth, as I hope to be able to show you, is that it's in between, that interdisciplinarity is neither impossible or easy, and we can identify some strategies that work well to make it easier. So what is it? I think the first characteristic that most of us, but not all of us in the field, would agree on is it involves integration, taking insights from different disciplines and combining them into a more holistic understanding. Yeah, it turns out to be tricky to do in practice, but I hope it's a fairly straightforward idea. Okay, so interdisciplinarity for me and for I think most of my colleagues means integration. And the other word that gets thrown around a lot in the community is complexity. But we generally don't define what complexity means. We just say, we need interdisciplinarity to deal with complexity. Well, what do you mean by complexity? Different people have different ideas. But I think the key one is that interdisciplinarity almost always studies interactions between things that are studied in different disciplines. Okay, so if you want to look at how certain cultural attitudes affect possibilities for economic growth, that's interdisciplinary because economists study economic growth, but until recently never studied culture. It was just not something we cared about. Whereas sociologists and anthropologists study culture. So if you want to look at that link between culture and economic outcomes, then you do interdisciplinary research. And so pretty much all interdisciplinary research involves that sort of complexity, looking at how the things studied in different disciplines interact. And often we end up tackling big problems like climate change, which involve interactions among things studied in several different disciplines. So that's complex, and you really need interdisciplinarity to do that. Okay, there are some other cases where you might only look at phenomena studied in one discipline, but you bring in theories or methods from other disciplines. That also happens. Often we do both those things. We not only look at how phenomena studied in different disciplines interact, but we use theories and methods from different disciplines. So that's what we do. That wasn't hard. We do integration, we deal with complexity, and we really can define what complexity means at its core. And these things are incredibly important, incredibly important. Some other research that I've done, so that's why this is purple rather than red. I've dabbled in world history, and in the course of the history of the world, there's been a lot of transformations, new technological institutions, new religions, things like that. Every one of them, the hundreds of them that I'm aware of, involved interactions between phenomena that are today studied in different disciplines. Okay, so economic transformations in history have not just had economic causes. Political transformations have not just had political causes. Okay, so that to understand all of our history, to understand the most important things that happened in history, you need an interdisciplinary approach. And if that's true for the whole sweep of world history, then it's almost certainly true for the future in different disciplines. But people in disciplines don't tend to look at those things. Okay, every discipline has things that it studies. Okay, so as I said a moment before, economists have generally ignored culture. Our theory had nothing to say about it, and the methods we used are highly quantitative, and culture is a hard thing to talk about in terms of numbers. It tends to lend itself to qualitative analysis, and economists don't do that. Okay, so each discipline looks at some things and necessarily doesn't look at other things. And so without interdisciplinary scholarship, those linkages, which turn out to be crucially important in history, and what I've talked about recently is that disciplines tend to talk about systems of stability. So in economics, we talk about market equilibria. Okay? There may be occasional shocks. Coffee beans freeze, the price of coffee goes up, but fairly quickly we move towards a new equilibrium where the amount that we set a price where the amount that people want to buy equals the amount they want to sell. Okay, and we have business cycles, but they tend not to be that severe most of the time. And so economists, the vast bulk of economics research tends to look at fairly stable systems. Okay, as a result, by the way, to this day, economists cannot explain the Great Depression. Have virtually no clue. Well, how could the Great Depression happen? Our theories can't explain it. I have a theory, by the way, but we won't. That's for another day. But so what's true of economics is true of most other disciplines in the natural and social sciences, that they tend to mostly talk about fairly stable sets of interactions. They recognize, so economists recognize that shocks can come in from outside. So one obvious one is we kind of always knew that if a major pandemic came along and we had to limit people's interactions and we had to shut down some businesses, that would really have big economic impacts, but we didn't study it. We kind of knew it was there, that this shock from something that's not economic could come along and disrupt economic stability, but we didn't think very much about what would happen. It might have been nice if we had. To think, well, what would we do? What do you do if a pandemic comes along and forces a major disruption in the economy? As we all know, governments reacted by shoveling a lot of money out, and some of that money went to people who really needed it, and some of it was kind of spent wastefully. And maybe if the economics profession had been spending a little bit more time worrying about instability, we might have been better placed to do a better job. Okay, so that's just one example. Okay, so without interdisciplinarity, we're going to just miss all these important things, important interactions between the things studied in different disciplines, because disciplines, by their very nature, tend to ignore them. Okay, and I don't mean entirely. Of course, there's always people within disciplines nibbling at the edge, looking for new topics. But the vast majority of research in disciplines ignores these linkages, which turn out to be really important. Okay, so if we want to prepare ourselves for the future, and especially if we want to prepare ourselves for instability, okay, and we've just gone through some pretty serious economic instability, we are dealing in many countries in the world with unprecedented political instability. We really need to be understanding instability in this day and age, and I think without interdisciplinarity, we're not going to do that very well. But that's me. We'll see. And the other thing I mentioned a couple of slides ago, it's also really important to use different theories and methods. And this, again, is a hard message to sell, so we have to be really explicit. This is what we believe. So again, in economics, until very recently, we pretty much only used rational choice theory. We now deviate a bit from that. And we only did mathematical modeling and statistical analysis, econometrics. Okay, one theory, two methods, 98% of economists did that. And so I spent my entire career in an economics department. Okay, and my colleagues now were pretty wonderful, and they think what I do is wonderful. They don't quite understand it, but they think it's pretty cool. Wasn't always the case. But they, in their own lives, you know, they're suspicious of anyone using a different theory because they spent their whole life using that one theory and those two methods, and it's all they know, and they're really good at it. And so they're naturally suspicious of all other theories and all other methods. But, you know, in a lot of the research that I've done and a bunch of other people in the community, we get the not surprising result that no theory is perfect and no method's perfect. Okay, the one partial exception is in the natural sciences, where for certain sorts of questions, experiments really are the way far and away the best method. But even in a lot of the natural sciences, you want to supplement experiments with observations of how things actually work in the real world outside the laboratory. It seems an important recognition for the academy as a whole, just this simple idea. No theory is perfect, no method's perfect. And once you've recognized that, then it makes all kinds of sense to use more than one theory and more than one method, because it turns out they have different weaknesses. Okay, if all theories were bad in the same way, then there's no advantage of using more than one theory. But if different theories have different weaknesses, then using more than one does you all sorts of good. And the same thing with methods. Okay, they have different weaknesses. Okay, and so in some of my research, I've tried to develop some classifications of the strengths and weaknesses of different kinds of theories and the different methods. Okay, there are, by the way, there's only about a dozen methods used across the entire scholarly enterprise, okay, methods broadly defined. So it's not that hard to kind of get a grip on what the strengths and weaknesses of these dozen methods are, and then to think for any research question what balance of methods might lead you to the best understanding. And this, I think, well, philosophy of science is, like most fields, there's some disagreements in it. It's now accepted by philosophers that we can't prove or disprove any hypothesis. And once you've given up on that, which was, you know, a half century ago, lots of philosophers did think we could disprove things and that that's the way science proceeded, that you kept disproving things and whatever was left had to be right. But now we recognize you can't really do that. And all that leaves us with is that we keep, and then some people then give up and just say, well, scholarship's just a game, and you might as well just argue for what you like. I don't think we want to go there. Among other things, if we go there, then we have no answer to totalitarians who say, well, my ideas are just as good as anyone else's ideas. I think if we believe in democracy, then we have to hold on to some capability of having intelligent arguments and deciding that some policies are objectively better than others. So I think, again, I think the philosophical literature supports an idea that what you want to do is amass argument and evidence. And once you recognize that all theories and methods have compensating strengths and weaknesses, then the best evidence you can have comes from using more than one theory and especially more than one method. And if they point in the same direction, then you can have greater confidence than if you've only got evidence from one method. Hey, so clearly I'm a true believer. Interdisciplinarity is my religion. I'm trying to convince you that it's the way of the future. And I think it's really important, and I think we as a community of people who study interdisciplinarity need to really be getting these messages out. So then, but I don't want to go overboard. You might think, wow, Rick, if interdisciplinarity is so wonderful, why don't we just get rid of disciplines? We're not going there because we draw. As I said several slides ago, I'm sure you've got it written down. What we do is we integrate ideas from different disciplines. So we can't do that unless we had disciplines in the first place that generate those ideas. Okay, and disciplines exist for a reason, because there's these advantages in specialized research. Okay, the fact that economists until fairly recently, had one theory and two methods, meant that when I write a paper, I don't have to, if I did mainstream economics, which I occasionally do, I don't have to explain the theory, I don't have to explain the method. My audience is going to understand all these things. Okay, and since we only analyze things like unemployment and inflation and so on, and we have clear definitions of those, I don't have to explain my variables. Okay, all I have to do then is explain the peculiarities of my data set and the question I'm asking. Okay, so specialized researchers, precisely because they share a theory and a method and some things that they study, can have these really productive, easy conversations. Okay, but because we agree on a bunch of things, but then we necessarily ignore everything we don't agree on. Okay, so the strength of disciplines inherently bring weaknesses. It's a hard message to convince my disciplinary scholars of, but it's really kind of boiled into the nature of specialized research. But then we can feed back to disciplines and tell them what they're missing. You know, if you looked at this other theory, you would find out this. If you use this other method, it would point you in this direction. There are really important links between what you study and this thing that's studied over in this other discipline, and you really should pay some attention to it. Okay, and kind of more generally, this is how your research fits in to a bigger picture, how what you study relates to what other people are studying. Okay, so interdisciplinarity can really feed back important advice to disciplines. And also, I didn't mention, there was the phrase instrumental interdisciplinarity was on one of my slides a while ago. I didn't talk about I've been mostly talking about what we call instrumental interdisciplinarity, which involves a problem-based approach. You want to address climate change, you need to do instrumental interdisciplinarity, integrating ideas from different disciplines. There's also something called critical interdisciplinarity, which questions the nature of disciplines. Okay, which worries about the power relationships within disciplines, worries about how they're structured. Okay, that's another piece of advice we can give back to disciplines. I think Salvatore can understand me when I say that, you know, I'm a proud economist, but I think the discipline could really operate much better than it does. I've published some pieces in economic methodology where I suggest different ways the discipline can operate. This is another service that interdisciplinarians can provide to discipline, saying, you know, your discipline could be even more productive if you did these things. Okay. Okay. So this may surprise you. Because, you know, interdisciplinarians, of course, study everything. We study topics that are largely in the natural science, in the social sciences, in the humanities, that link the humanities and social sciences and natural sciences. So we range. One of the beauties of interdisciplinarity is that we can range far and wide. I myself have managed to publish in a dozen at least different fields, so I never get bored. Okay, so there's obviously a lot of diversity in what interdisciplinary scholars do. But there's also some similarities. And this, you know, I'm surprised to this day that within my community of people who study interdisciplinarity, it's still a bit of a slog to get this simple recognition that no matter what topic you're studying, there are some common challenges in doing interdisciplinary research. Okay, and so we have this debate ongoing, never-ending, about whether interdisciplinarity is diverse or whether there's commonalities, and of course the answer is both. As is true in most endeavors that humans engage in, you can identify some similarities and you can identify some differences. And I think if we don't identify the similarities, then again, it's hard to convince university administrators to introduce institution structures that will support us. And if we accept that there's common challenges, that it kind of follows that there will be solutions to those challenges, that we can identify strategies that have worked in the past. Okay, because we're we're at this stage now where people have been doing interdisciplinary teaching and research for decades. So there are thousands and thousands and thousands of successful interdisciplinary research projects. And there are many, many interdisciplinary teaching programs. And there's a whole bunch of failed interdisciplinary research projects and failed interdisciplinary teaching programs. So by comparing them, we can identify things that work and things that don't seem to work. And why wouldn't we? Because within disciplines, okay, so I think you all have disciplinary specializations, what you're basically learning in most disciplines is these are the things that our discipline does, these are the things that have worked in our discipline, this is how research gets done in our discipline. So what you're basically learning is this is what works. Okay, if you're in chemistry, this is what works. These are how successful chemistry experiments are done. This is how people develop successful theories in chemistry and so on. Okay, it's what people do in disciplines. These are the things that work in our discipline. These are the things that don't work in our discipline. Okay, we need to do the same for interdisciplinary studies. These are things that work. We've had thousands of people that have done this and they've had success. These are things that don't work. We've seen people do this and it leads to all sorts of trouble. Okay, so this is not rocket science. We've been doing interdisciplinary research and teaching. There are common challenges. There are strategies that work. So we need to be making this message. We do have some ideas of how to do interdisciplinary research and how to do interdisciplinary teaching. And if we can identify these things, it has a bunch of practical advantages. Okay, I keep harping on how if we're going to convince university administrators to support us, we need to tell them what we do. So that's one of them. But even in the day-to-day, interdisciplinary scholars still have to publish their research. There still have to be referees. Okay, sorry, I guess probably I was talking to some students the other day. We don't often educate early undergraduates on how we get stuff published, but when I write a paper, I send it off to a journal. The editor there sends it off to 2 or 3 anonymous referees who then give the editor advice on whether it should be published, and if it's going to be published, what sort of changes should be made. And so within a discipline, of course, they're going to look at whether the discipline's theories and methods have been applied correctly. But what's a referee of an interdisciplinary paper going to look for? Well, at the moment, it's kind of vague. But if we identify good ways of doing interdisciplinary research, then referees and editors of interdisciplinary papers can look for those things. Okay, it doesn't limit us. It means we could still do other things, but then we're going to have to explain them. Just as if an economist uses some other theory or method, they're going to have to explain it. An interdisciplinary scholar that decides not to use the strategies that are recognized in the field is going to have to explain what they're doing. But if they use strategies that hundreds of people have used successfully in the past, then the referee can say, yeah, I know that works. It's worked a lot in the past. Okay. Okay, you may be getting curious about what I mean by these strategies. I'll talk about a couple in a moment. Okay, I'm going to skip this. The main thing on here is that I'm blatantly flogging one of my books. So I have co-authored, we're now the 5th edition, will be out early next year. So this is a textbook on how to do interdisciplinary analysis. And we basically work through various steps from asking a question to analyzing what discipline's saying, to integrating, and then to communicating the results. We talk a little bit about mixed methods research and team research. Okay, this slide I think is probably more important to the community that I'm part of because we're now kind of starting to put together, I meant all those books on my very first slide are trying to put together what it is we know as a community. But right now that literature can be really hard to navigate, so we really need to have some common headings in which we organize our understandings. And naturally, I think that my textbook gives us what we need, but Others may disagree. Okay, you might be kind of looking at this with horror and thinking, Rick's already talked a long time. If he's going to run through all these things, we're going to be here forever and I'm going to die in the heat. That's not going to happen. I'll just do a couple of these things. But a couple of the more important ones. Okay, so there's this evaluation step. Okay, so at some point you're going to, you've picked some research topic, something like climate change or urban poverty or whatever, and you've identified what a handful of people in 2 or 3 or 5 disciplines have said about it. Okay, you're not just going to believe them, okay, because we recognize that no theory is perfect and no method's perfect, and every discipline ignores linkages between what they study and other people study. So you're not just going to look at what a discipline says and say, okay, well, that's what the economist says, that's good. The important point here, and I think it should empower you, okay, because sometimes as students you're asked to do these critical research essays, and some students, maybe not you, you're an especially clever bunch, I know, but some students I know are hesitant. You know, how can I'm just a second-year undergraduate, how can I critique some brilliant professor? We're not really that brilliant, but sometimes there's a hesitancy to do that. But as an interdisciplinary student, the important message is you will be asking questions that the researchers themselves will not have asked themselves. The disciplinary researchers or the referees or editors. Okay, as I said just a minute ago, so if I produce a disciplinary paper, what the referees are going to ask is, did they apply my discipline's methods properly? Did they apply my discipline's theories properly? Did they look at the things that my discipline looks at? Okay, and if you haven't done one of those things, then the referee is likely going to say, well, why are they studying things that we don't study? Why are they using this weird method or theory? Okay, whereas you, as an interdisciplinary student, are going to be asking, well, what are the weaknesses of that theory? What are the weaknesses of that method? What other theories or methods might we want to apply? Are there linkages to phenomena in other disciplines that we might want to look at that this paper is ignoring? Okay, so you're going to ask a bunch of questions that the discipline never asked, because the discipline takes these things for granted. Okay, again, there's going to be exceptions. Okay. Within any discipline. Disciplines aren't quite as close-minded as I'm portraying them, but in general, the discipline is not going to have asked, is our theory really the right one? Is our method really the right one? Should we be talking about things that we never bother talking about? Okay, those questions tend not to be asked. You're going to ask them. And of course, you'll have another question, because you'll often, especially in the social sciences and humanities, you'll find that different disciplines are disagreeing. And so then you ask a question, well, why is this paper coming to a completely different understanding from this other one over here? Okay, so interdisciplinary evaluation is quite possible. It's quite possible for undergraduates to do it. It becomes much easier if you're given a little advice on the questions to ask when you're doing it. Okay, and that would be kind of my general lesson. With a little bit of explicit instruction, it becomes much easier for you to do interdisciplinarity. Okay, and I know that you're already doing it. Okay, I've talked to some of the students in Isufi. I know that you're getting together, that you have different specializations, that you're getting together and talking to each other. And so you're kind of already doing interdisciplinarity. You're learning about each other's disciplines. You're learning about how each other thinks. I think we could make that process work even more smoothly if we gave you some tools that are used by interdisciplinary scholars to do these sorts of things. Okay, there's also, then there's the integration step. Once you've evaluated these ideas that you've identified in different disciplines, you then want to integrate them. That might seem, and that can seem like a pretty overwhelming step, because you're being creative. You're coming up with some new combination of ideas that no one's ever combined before. Okay, so that can seem a little scary. Okay, and I do want to emphasize that it is a creative process. Okay, it's not something that you're necessarily going to get to mechanically, but nevertheless, there are some strategies that can help you. Okay, and so they're all grounded in what are the big differences between disciplines. Okay, one that I haven't mentioned before is that each discipline also has some terminology. Okay, in addition to its theory and method and things that it studies, it has a bunch of words that it uses. Okay, and they generally have fairly specific meanings. That varies across disciplines. Okay, one thing that economists do well is we define most of our terms really precisely. Whereas in some places in the other social sciences and humanities, there are thousands of different definitions of the word culture in the literature. And so some other terms don't have the same precision around them. Nevertheless, it's important to appreciate that when you're reading things in different disciplines, they may appear to disagree just because they're defining their words differently. Okay, and so one strategy you want to use then is to say, are they using the words in a different way? And if so, can I kind of adjust? Can I translate what one of them's saying into the terminology that another one's? Or can I develop a new terminology that somehow bridges the gap? Okay, so that's the first strategy. The next couple deal with another common challenge, which is that each discipline emphasizes its own stuff. So if you're doing research on the causes of crime, a psychologist will talk about personality dimensions, and an economist will talk about how a criminal might calculate the costs and benefits of a criminal act, and a sociologist might talk about peer pressure within gangs or something. Okay, and again, that might at first seem like, I've done all this reading and these people are saying completely different things. The strategy of organization would have you draw a nice little diagram with circles and arrows talking about how these things interact with each other. Okay, I don't have a lot of time to imagine a picture with lots of circles and arrows and how maybe the personality traits that the psychologist is talking about, maybe that makes some people more susceptible to peer pressure than others. Or maybe it makes them more likely to do a cost-benefit analysis before they commit a criminal act. And so you can connect what the psychologist is saying to what the economist and the sociologist are saying. Okay, this is hard, it's hard to absorb in 30 seconds, I know. But the important message here is that there are strategies that you can be exposed to which will help you in that sort of situation, which is common, not just in courses you take in university, but in the world. Reading newspapers or magazines or wherever you get your news from, you will get people saying things where they're disagreeing and having strategies for you to deal with it and understanding why they disagree and how you might take the best of all ideas and come up with some better idea, which we desperately need in the world. We have a very polarized world where people disagree and talk past each other, and these skills have practical use outside the academy so that we can try to develop some common understandings in areas where we just seem to be disagreeing all the time. Okay, I've touched on this one. I'm flogging another book here. So this book comes out in a month. It's a handbook with authors from a dozen different countries talking about strategies for teaching. I, of course, can't summarize everything that's said in this book, but I think most of the authors, and maybe because I selected them, but most of them would agree with this, that we should be teaching students, that if we're going to have an interdisciplinary program, we should teach students some of these things. How to evaluate, how to do interdisciplinary evaluation, how to do interdisciplinary integration. Okay, I'm sure that you're sitting there thinking, well, you can't do it in just 10 minutes. I'm aware of that. But it doesn't take a ton of time. I mean, ideally, when I teach this material, I've taught it in courses that last an entire term, and I have students do a research project while I'm teaching them all these strategies, because the strategies really make the most sense to you when you're able to apply them. When you're doing some research and you've read a bunch of things from different disciplines, and they're saying things that don't easily fit together, and then you say, oh, I can use this strategy, and it moves me forward. Okay, that's when these things start to really make sense to you. So that's the way I like to do it, but it can be more condensed. And then, again, like I say, you're already doing interdisciplinarity. I know that from talking to you. I think we could make it easier for you and make it a bit more formalized. Okay, so I won't go into all the other things that are said in this handbook that's coming out, but just leave it to be said that we've identified a whole bunch of strategies that seem to work in teaching students about interdisciplinarity. All right. Just to cut, so we've done the main stuff. We can kind of relax. I can see the ocean. Salvatore and I are the only people in the room that can actually see the ocean. Just thought I'd mention that. I'm not sure I've ever given a presentation where I could see the ocean before. It's very nice. So as you know, today in the world, there's a lot of people that are suspicious of academics. And I think interdisciplinarity can be part of an answer to that. Clearly, part of the problem is that we have not done a very good job of explaining how scholarship works to the wider public. Okay, I think the wider public often has this naive idea that was common in philosophy of science a half century ago where we could prove or disprove things. And they're expecting scholars to do that we identify truths and we come up with things and we know them and we're 100% sure. And when we come out and say things that we're only 98% sure of and don't tell them we're only 98% sure, and then occasionally it turns out that we're wrong, or even if we're not wrong, some people disagree with us and have some reasons for disagreeing with us sometimes, then they think, oh, it's all a game. These people don't know what they're doing at all. Okay, so generally, we need to explain to the public that science scholarship advance through disagreements and amassing argument and evidence slowly and moving towards consensus, but at any point in time, we're still disagreeing about things and there's still more to be learned and so on. Interdisciplinarity, at its heart, recognizes that there's biases. Okay, and biases sound like a horrible word, like you're really accusing people of being nasty. Okay, but every discipline, because it specializes, has these biases. We do these things, we don't do these other things. Okay, that's a bias. But we don't just give up and say, oh, scholarship's biased. We say, oh, here's a bunch of strategies for overcoming these biases and coming to understandings that are less biased than before. Okay, and so I think that's a message that we can usefully communicate to the public. Yes, we know we're not perfect. We know there's often, but they can get us to places where we're 98% confident or something like that, and that's pretty good. And the world shouldn't casually ignore when intellectual communities can achieve that level of confidence, like climate change is happening and carbon taxes are a good way of dealing with it and things like that. From what I've said, it shouldn't be a big leap to thinking that interdisciplinary scholars can also give better policy advice. Because disciplinary scholars are naturally going to tell policymakers what their discipline thinks. And that might be really important. Okay? And again, my home discipline of economics is a really good example here. Economists tend to be listened to by policymakers much more than sociologists or anthropologists or even political scientists. And economists give some pretty good advice on a wide range of issues, but sometimes we miss things. Okay, the mad rush to deregulate was probably a bit naive. The advice that was given by lots of economists to the former countries in the Soviet Union was probably pretty naive, that these strategies may make sense in economic theory, but they're going to open the door to amazing corruption. Okay, people in other disciplines were more aware of that, but they weren't having much input into the policy-making process. Okay, so interdisciplinary scholars will give a more broad input into policy-making, less biased, more comprehensive, better able to deal with complexity, better able to deal with instability, as I mentioned before, better able to identify side effects. I haven't mentioned that one before, but of course one of the problems in public policy is we create a policy to deal with one problem and it turns out to cause another problem. Well, interdisciplinary analysis isn't a perfect antidote to that, but it's more likely. Since we are looking at the relationships between things studied in a whole bunch of different disciplines, we're more likely to recognize the side effects. Okay. And then this is, okay, because I've been talking a lot about how we need to convince universities to establish interdisciplinarity and to support it. One of the biggest problem today in universities is that if you're in a university that's dominated by disciplines and then you recognize the need to do some interdisciplinary teaching and you hire one interdisciplinary person, they get evaluated by disciplinary standards. Okay, so if I'm evaluated as an economist, okay, I see so people are smiling in the audience. This happens, and it can be, I mean, it can destroy careers. So
we are masters in this.
Yeah. So if I were, as you can imagine, you probably got a sense, I'm a very unusual economist. If I had been evaluated throughout my career by just economists, I would make a lot less money. I would have been promoted much, much later, if ever, and so on, because what my economist colleagues care about is publications in the very top-ranked economic journals. And I generally publish outside of economics. And so if we're really going to support interdisciplinarity, then and it's, you know, this is, again, it's not rocket science. We need to make sure that people who are clearly interdisciplinary are evaluated as interdisciplinary scholars. It's amazing how often that doesn't happen. Okay, I think I'm running out of time and slides, yeah. Well, I'll finish on this slide. Okay. So I don't really have, on all the other slides I had a nice statement, but I think since I've mentioned creativity before, just to mention some things that we know about creativity and interdisciplinarity, that they kind of support each other. So creativity is generally defined as creating something new that some group of people find to be useful or pretty or whatever, that some group of people likes. So it has to be both something new and something that is valued by somebody out there. And people that study creativity have kind of talked about a creative process. Not surprisingly, perhaps it looks a lot like the interdisciplinary research process that I've talked about. Okay, there's this naive idea out there that creative people just keep having great ideas, that they're these creative geniuses and it just pops into their head, that Einstein was walking down the street, the theory of relativity, that sounds like a great idea. That's, of course, not at all the way it happened. Even a really clever person has to do a lot of work before they get to the creative insight. Okay, so you have to kind of identify an area that you're interested in. You have to do a lot of reading. Okay, creative ideas in scholarship are almost always the combination of pre-existing ideas that no one's put together before. Okay, that we just keep building on. We're having a conversation, we keep building upon other people's ideas, we combine them into new things. So of course, interdisciplinarity is inherently doing this creative thing. We're taking ideas from different disciplines and combining them in a way they've never been combined before. So interdisciplinary integration is inherently a creative act. Okay, and you get prepared for it. What we now understand is Okay, it's wrong to think that there's only some people with creative potential. We all have creative potential. That's lesson number one. And lesson number two is just like with interdisciplinarity, we can teach people to be more creative. We can expose you to strategies for being more creative. Okay, and it's one of the things we should probably be trying to do. And fortunately, for me, some of the things that we do in interdisciplinarity, in an interdisciplinary studies course, like encouraging you to read in a bunch of different disciplines, encouraging you to understand how different disciplines are seeing the same question from different perspectives, these things are part of the creative process. They will make you more creative. So just being interdisciplinary makes you more creative. There's some other sorts of things. The key idea, okay, and you've all had these moments in life, you're having a bath or walking through the park and some idea pops into your head, okay? Some problem you've been worried about for months. It might be a relationship problem, it might be a school problem, something you've been worrying about, and you take a break, and suddenly the idea is there. So I see, thank you for smiling and nodding. It's always so great, you know, when you're sitting in an audience. Okay. Okay. Does that mean I'm done, or do I? Okay.
Thank you very much, Rick, for your lesson. Thank you a lot for your kind words in the first part of your speech. We appreciate it really, really, really so much. I think that many people in this room share with you the same problem, academic problems about interdisciplinarity. So I would like just, I remember that the title of the talk of Rick was Seeking Common Ground in the Scholarship of Interdisciplinarity. We postpone the question and comments after Gabriele Bammer's lessons, but I would like just to inform you that we have a little change of program. This session will end at 1 o'clock, and the lunch is at 1 o'clock. The second session, the round table, will start 2:30. Okay, that's all right? Just to finish 13. 6:30, it's probably, yes. Just to have more time before the dinner. Okay, that's all right? Okay, Gabriele is with her. Hello? Hello, Gabriele? Can you listen to me, please?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very, very much for helping us in organizing this summer school. Gabriele helped us in contact many of the speakers that today and tomorrow will offer their contributions. So, Gabriele will present a lesson titled Seeking Common Ground. Tackling complex societal and environmental problems from theory to practice. Please, Gabriele.
Thank you. I'm just trying. I haven't used Google Meet before, so you'll have to excuse me if it takes me a moment to figure it out. I haven't quite got it sorted yet. Let me just try one more thing. So let me invite you. I know you've all been sitting for at least an hour because I've been listening. So while I get my slides sorted out, please, audience, feel free to get up and have a stretch. You'll see when I've got myself organised. Oh man, that doesn't work either. So I need some help in so I can get the slides up, I think, but I don't know how to get into the slideshow. So I'm assuming you can see the slides, but you can't see it in slideshow mode, is that right? Well, we're just going to have to go with what we've got. Is that good enough?
Yes, it's okay.
It's okay? Okay.
Yeah,
right,
yeah, it's
sorry.
okay. It's okay.
Okay. Now I can't figure out how to make the slides move. So I can't advance my slides either, so I don't know how to make this work.
Gabriel, your slides
Yeah.
are on the screen, so everything is okay. We can't see you, but we can see your slides. So you can start and give your talk.
Yes, but I can't move my slide to the next slide. That's the problem I'm having. So I don't know how to advance the slide.
Yes, you can go ahead with the arrow, with the arrow.
I don't have an arrow.
Yes, on the dashboard.
Oh, on the keyboard.
On the keyboard, there are the arrow.
Nope, nothing's working.
Or maybe you can press Ask and show your slides not in the mood presentation.
Press what? Yes.
Okay, so you can select the slide and the banner on the left if your arrow doesn't work.
Does this work? Has that gone into full slide mode now? I'm not hearing anything, so I'm assuming that's not working.
Okay, Gabriel, if do you think that is a problem for you, we can launch the recording version.
Well, I can't figure out, because I'm not familiar with Google Meet. I can't figure out how to make the slides work. So I think I've stopped sharing now. Yeah.
So try again.
sharing.
Maybe you can try again to share.
Francesca, I've already sent you the PowerPoint presentation. You don't have it? All right, Francesca, the slides are on their way to you. There's nothing happening. I just can't figure out anything different that I can do that would make it work better. Hmm? So you can see where the little green button is, right? You can see this. Yeah, okay. Say that again. Oh, where it says notes, yeah. Great. Yep. Hey, Francesca. Okay, well, I'm going to take a short break. Yeah, let me take. Okay. Yep. Great. Thank you. I'll be back in a minute. No, I'm taking a break. Yeah. So I'm back when you're ready.
Okay, we are ready for Gabriele Bammer's lesson. Please sit down. Quiet, please. Thank you. Thank you. We are sorry for these technical inconvenience, but now seems that are solved. Sit down, please. Okay, we can start. Okay, Gabriele, is your time, please? 50 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for the kind introduction. And hello, everybody. I'm very sorry that I'm not with you You're now going to get a third version of English. So you've had Italian English and you've had Canadian English, and now you're going to get Australian English. So I hope you can keep up. So can I have the next slide, please? So I'm going to cover 5 things. I'm going to talk about complex societal and environmental problems and what characterises them. I'm going to talk about who deals with them and where the inter and transdisciplinarity fit. I'm going to give you what I think is a useful framework to think about these things. I'm hopefully going to give you a useful resource, the Integration and Implementation Insights blog and repository. And then I'm going to talk about building community. I'm going to cover a lot of the same things that Rick covered, but in a different way. If I can have the next slide, please. So I want to, no, go back. Thank you. I want to, you're ruining my slides. I'd like to start by thinking about complex societal and environmental problems. And I wanted to give 10 seconds for you to think about. So I want to do some interactive work, even though I'm on the other side of the world. You're hot, I'm cold. It's a really different environment. But I'd like to begin by asking you to think about some examples of complex societal and environmental problems. And I'm going to give you 5 seconds to do that. So write them down, write them on your phone, write them on your hand, memorize them. You're young and got good memories. So what do you understand when you think, what do you think about when you think about a complex problem? You've done some thinking? Can I have the next slide now, please? All right, so maybe we think about things like organised crime or gun control or war or child sex abuse. There are a whole range of things that we should be thinking about and that we need to think about how can we deal with them. Can I have the next slide, please? So I want to give another 10 seconds for you to think about what these kinds of problems have in common. So think about, what does gun control, child sex abuse, war, climate change, what do those things have in common? So have you got some ideas? If I was there, I'd be asking you some questions and having some audience interaction, but that's probably a bit too hard for today, and we've probably had enough technical challenges for one day. So if I can have the next slide, please. So there are 2 things that I would argue that they have in common. The first is that we can't define these problems in a way that everybody agrees with. So people have different ideas about what's going wrong in the Gaza conflict, for example. People have different ideas about what we should do about gun control. People have different ideas about how we should think about child sex abuse. So we don't think about the problem the same way. And these are all problems that cannot be solved. So there are some ways of dealing with the problem that are better than others, but there's no way of getting rid of the problem forever. And that's why we continue to have these problems. So can we have the next slide, please? So then, who deals with complex problems? Next, please. So I've got a little word cloud here of all the different groups that deal with these problems. Next slide, please. Includes the system thinkers and the complexity scientists and the action researchers. Next, please. And also implementation science and decision science and the science of team science. So there are lots of people who think about how to deal with these problems. Next slide, please. And there are also people who think about the problems who do projects on them, but they don't actually use any of these labels. They might not call themselves systems thinkers or complexity sciences. I work on sustainability, or I work on war, or I work on child abuse. Can I have the next slide, please? So where do and transdisciplinarity fit? And they're one of many different ways of dealing with complex problems. So Rick has given you a great overview of interdisciplinarity, and I'm going to that have multiple meanings. And you can do these kinds of research without dealing with complex problems, although for today, we're not going to talk about that. So the focus here, next slide, please, is we're going to talk about how to deal with complex societal and environmental problems. Next, please. In ways that bring together the perspectives from multiple and very diverse disciplines. Next, please. And that engage with stakeholders. Next, please. Both people who are affected by the problem, and also, next, please, those in a position to do something about the problem. So people in government or business or civil society. So this is what I'm going to focus on today: complex problems, multiple disciplines, and engagement with stakeholders. Next slide, please. So what if, the question that I ask is, so what if we didn't just focus on interdisciplinary alone, or transdisciplinarity alone, or systems thinking alone, but what if we brought all of these different ways of dealing with complex problems together? And I've suggested that maybe one of the things we could do is to have an underpinning discipline of integration and implementation sciences, or I2S for short, because integration and implementation sciences gets hard to say. Next slide, please. And I've developed a framework. I'm not expecting you to read this. I'm going to come back and talk about it in more detail. And I should also say that I'm very happy for you to have a copy of the slides. Francesca has a copy that she can give to anybody who's interested. So next slide, please. So let's take it from the top. So integration and implementation sciences at the moment is focusing on providing a repository of research from all these different areas, and it's aiming to grow into a fully fledged discipline. It's really aiming to overcome the fragmentation between these approaches, and it's aiming to systematically build expertise so that people like you who want to do this kind of work, who want to have the kind of expertise, can understand what expertise you need and where to find it, and it can be easily available. Next slide, please. So the key elements, I'd argue, is that it's a framework for helping to understand complex problems more comprehensively, as well as the kind of actions that need to be taken. This green slide, the green box, the pink box, the second set of expertise is to support policy and practice improvement by government, business and civil society, so that our research helps them do a better job. And then the third orange box is about how to interact effectively with other people. And I would argue a little bit differently from Rick that imperfection is inevitable. We can never have perfect answers to these problems, as I've already said. And what I2S does is it strives for the best possible outcomes to do that. Next slide, please. So the first is, what do we have to do to get a more comprehensive understanding? What needs to be taken into account? So again, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to think about. So if you wanted to get a more comprehensive understanding of a problem, what are the things that you think you would need to do? You've got some ideas? Hopefully your ideas might not be exactly the same as what I'm going to put up, but I'm hoping that you can see where they're going to fit. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. So these are animations, so just go one after the other. So I'd say you have to understand systems. Next, please. You have to understand context. Next, please. You have to understand what we do about what we don't know. Next, please. You have to understand diversity, and you have to understand, next, please, what Rick was talking about a lot, integration. So you have to understand how everything fits together, systems. You have to understand the context in which it occurs, the history, the politics, the economics. You have to understand what we don't know. We focus on what we know. We never think about what we don't know, and what we don't know is really important. You have to understand that people are very different. We see problems differently. We think differently about what to do about them. And you have to be able to pull that diversity together into something that gives you a better understanding. Next, please. So again, if you were wanting to help governments or business or civil society make better decisions, make better policies, bring into play better practices, what would you take into account? What would you do? What do you think are the key elements for doing that? Let me give you 5 seconds for thinking about that. Okay, next slide, please. Next, please. So you've got to understand how decisions get made. Next, please. You've got to understand the processes by which research gets implemented into policy and practice change. Next slide, please. And you've got to understand how change happens. Change is really a fascinating topic because change happens all the time, and it's so difficult to make the sort of change that you want to have happen. Next slide, please. So if you want to think about how to interact effectively, again, what would you take into account? Have a think about what are the sorts of things that you think should be done to make that happen. And maybe we can move on to the next slide, please. And then, great. So 3 things I'd say, and just bring these up one after the other, please. Communication is the first. We've got to be able to communicate effectively. Next, please. We've got to be able to work in teams effectively. Next, please. And if we're going to engage with the people who have the problem and the people who can do something about the problem, we have to be able to be good at stakeholder engagement. Next slide, please. So I've taken you through the framework, and I'm hoping to given you a sense of the overall kinds of expertise that I think you need to develop if you want to be good at dealing with complex problems. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I want to move on now from the framework to a useful resource that actually uses the same elements of the framework. And I want to talk about a blog that I curate, which is also a repository of tools. So the focus of this blog is on tools. It's on concepts and methods and processes and frameworks for dealing with complex problems. It aims to cover all the 11 elements of expertise that I've just shown you. It produces, so every week there's a new blog post, and it provides new tools as well as what I call golden oldies, ones that have been around for a long time that are very useful. It aims to be short and easy to read, and it aims to be global. So it's not just knowledge from the West, it's really aiming to involve everybody in the world in sharing the tools that they use for dealing with complex problems. Now, the next slide, please. So this is what it looks like. And can I have the next slide, please? So every week there's a new contribution. Next, please. There are some search functions if you want to find stuff. Next, please. And if you want to get an email every week with the latest blog post that's been published, there's a place to go to subscribe. Next, please. Next, please. So as well as the latest contribution, there are the most recent contributions. Next, please. And there are also the comments that people make. So this aims to be interactive. People publish a blog post, but we also ask people to invite people to comment. Next, please. And also, next, please. We have highlighted contributions so that we re-advertise old blog posts, ones that were published 2 years ago, so that they get another airing. And so things that you might have forgotten about come back to your attention. Next, please. So I'm going to go through each of the elements that I've already talked about in some more detail. So starting with systems. So systems thinking has been around for 100 years as a recognisable field, but it's splintered into multiple groups like system dynamics, critical systems thinking, community operational research. And next slide, please. Taking a system approach requires attending to multiple interacting cause and effect relationships. So everything's connected to everything else. Next slide, please. Because everything's connected to everything else, you can think of this as a bowl of spaghetti, but the strands aren't separate. They're all connected up. They're all tied in knots together. We have to always, if we want to understand a problem, we have to set boundaries because you can't study everything, right? So you're always setting boundaries, and those boundaries are artificial. Next, please. You also have to understand that systems exist within systems, that any system that you look at has smaller systems inside it, and it's also part of a bigger system. See the system depends on their perspective around the system. So next slide, please. Next, please. So I just want to give you a sense of some of the contributions that people have made. So these first two, if you only read one person in systems thinking, I suggest you read Gerald Mitchley. He's one of the great thinkers in that work. And this blog post by Gerald and the next blog post by Paishan Liu are all about what happens if you don't use systems thinking, that you only get a very limited view of the problem without it. Next, please. This is somebody that you might recognise who's at the conference. Helena's blog post is about looking at a great systems framework that's been developed by Elinor Ostrom and how you can use that in your research. Next, please. And this is also a great way of putting different systems perspectives together. So this is a group from Iran and the Netherlands who've looked at how you can improve the value of something that you do using a systems approach. Next slide, please. So let's think about context. So the circumstances in which you're working affect what you do and affect the research, affect how you understand the problem, and they also affect what you think you can do about the problem. And there are three main kinds of context. Next slide, please. So there's big picture context. So that's understanding the history, the politics, the geography, the culture, the economics, everything about the problem. So you can't understand a problem unless you can understand the big picture context. Next, please. There are organisations involved in studying the problem and in acting on it, and you have to understand how they're structured and what their culture is, because that's going to determine what they can do. Next, please. And you have to understand the people involved. And the way that we are positioned in the world, our positionality, also determines what we see and do. Next slide, please. So here are some examples of blog posts about context. So this is a great one from Argentina about political context. Next one, please. You can just keep these coming. This one is about the fact that if you're in a multilingual society like Sri Lanka, different newspapers for different languages look quite different because the cultural context of the people in that society, the three different cultures in that society, have different ways of absorbing information. Next, please. Again, different countries will have different ways of understanding problems, different ways of doing interdisciplinarity. Next, please. And geography is really important. So this is a great blog post that looks at place-based methodologies. Next, please. Unknowns is my favourite topic in the whole wide world. Unknowns are really vast. What we don't know is much, much bigger than what we do know. So if you think about an island in an ocean, the island is what we know. The ocean is the limitless unknowns. The boundary of the island is what we know we don't know. So the more we know, the bigger the island gets, the bigger the boundary gets, and the more we know that we don't know. So unknowns are just huge and very various, and they have positive and negative aspects. Next slide, please. You might have seen this before. There is what we know that we know. There's what we know that we don't know. There's what we don't know that we know, and there's what we don't know that we don't know. And if I had time, I would talk to you about all of these. I think this is just really fascinating to think about. If you think about disciplines, disciplines concentrate on what we know we don't know. And every discipline concentrates on different kinds of known unknowns. And that's why bringing disciplines together is so powerful. Next slide, please. There are 6 basic ways of dealing with what we don't know. There's reducing it, getting rid of it, putting it to one side, banishing it. There's accepting that we don't know things and figuring out how we deal with what we don't know. You can exploit it, you can surrender to it, you can deny it. I'd love to talk to you about each of these. I hope you'll be interested to go and read more. Each of these can be good, adaptive, and each of them can be bad, maladaptive. So it's not always a good thing to get rid of unknowns. It's not always a good thing it's not always a bad thing to deny that unknowns exist. Next slide, please. Unknowns are essential for creativity and freedom. If we didn't have unknowns, we wouldn't have freedom. But they're also a source of major adverse unintended consequences. So they've got a good and a bad side. Really interesting. Next slide, please. So again, if you only want to read one person about the unknown, read Michael Smithson. He's the person that I learned everything that I know from. Next slide, please. Accountability is really important, but if it's an unknown, accountability doesn't work. Next slide, please. Why do we protect ourselves from the unknown unknowns? This is a great piece of work by Bemla Hunt. Next slide, please. And this is a character that you might already know. He's done a great blog post on some of the things that he talked about today. Next slide, please. So diversity. So often when we think about diversity, we think about men and women, people, old people, young people, people with disabilities, people without disabilities. But it's also really important to think about the way we differ in our mental models, the way we see the world, the way we differ in what we think is good research. We're different in how much power we have. We're different in our values. We're different in our interests. It goes on and on. Diversity is really important. And one of the important things about diversity is it's what makes the world complex, it's what makes the world interesting, and it's what makes working together really hard, because you have to learn to work with people who are not like you. Next slide, please. And the next one too, please. So there's somebody there that you might know, Bin Pierce, who you'll be hearing from. And then great work from Indigenous knowledge. So how do we not only respect Western knowledge, which is really important, but how do we also respect and properly work with Indigenous knowledge? Next slide, please. And then integration. So how do we, having all this diversity, how do we harness it to develop a more comprehensive understanding or new understandings or new solutions? Next slide, please. There are different ways of doing integration, and Rick talked about this a little bit. You can synthesize or balance differences. You can do this by talking together through dialogue. You can do it by building something together, by building a model together, or by building a solar car together, for example. You can do it through a common metric, like converting everything to dollar value, which is what economics does, which is one of the reasons it's so powerful. Or you can do it through theory. Next slide, please. It requires time. It requires going over things. So it's not kind of a simple from here to there linear path. And it requires reflexivity. So really thinking about what you're doing. And it also needs recognition that you can't integrate everything. There'll always be things that don't quite fit. And that's just the way it is. Next slide, please. So this is a great a blog post about the complexities of integration. Next slide, please. And this is a terrific piece of work done with students about how students do integration. So some people think it's like a puzzle, that everything should just fit together. Some people can only talk about their own work. They can't listen to anybody else. Some people can only listen to other people, but they can't make their own contribution. And an integrator can do both of those things. They can listen to what others have offered, they can put in their own perspective, and they can blend them together. Next slide, please. Great piece of work bringing art and science together from Dia Mohammed Ahmedian, who's from Egypt. Next slide, please. And then Howard Gardner from Harvard University is trying to put this all together. So he's trying to think about a taxonomy of synthesis. Next slide, please. Decision making. So we're moving on now to supporting policy and practice change. So when we make decisions, most of the decisions we make are fast thinking. So they're rules of thumb, heuristics. We don't spend a lot of time thinking about what we're going to have for dinner. But there's sort of decisions that you have to make for complex problems need rational and deliberative processes. Next slide, please. We have to focus on defining the problem. We have to focus on what do we want to achieve? How are we going to know that we've achieved it? What alternatives are there? What are the consequences? And one of the things Rick's talked about that I also think is really important, what are the trade-offs that we have to make? So in making good decisions in a rational and deliberative process, there are a bunch of things that you have to learn how to do. Next slide, please. And we also have to take into account the fact that we've all got biases. That there are cognitive biases. So we all look for what we believe in rather than what we don't believe in. For example, it's called confirmation bias. We have to think about the possibility of groupthink. So when you're in a group of people, you often start to think together and you don't think as rationally as you should. And about improbable but high consequence events, the so-called black swans, if some of you know that work by Nicholas Taleb. Next slide, please. So there's a great tool for helping groups make decisions. It's called the gradients of agreement. So rather than just assuming that everybody agrees, you ask them to, you have a scale on which they say how much they agree. Next, please. There's some great tools you can use. The Delphi method is one that's used for experts. Next, please. Developing scenarios are great for making decisions about the future. Next, please. And then modelling is really important for decision making. All models are wrong, but some models are useful. And there are a bunch of problems with models, but there are also a lot of benefits with models. And this great blog post by Andrea Saltelli talks about some of the problems. And one of the things I want to say is that the people who write blog posts can be very senior people and they can be very junior people. So the blog aims to be open to everybody. Next slide, please. So research implementation is about assessing the value of evidence, determining where it would usefully fit in government, business and civil society, figuring out how to make the best evidence available to decision makers. Next, please. It's also understanding how policy and practice is formulated and the role of evidence in those processes, and how to help people appreciate what evidence is good for and what it's not so good for. It's about understanding that when governments make decisions, research is only one factor in making those decisions. And you need to understand the realities of who it is that you're trying to work with. So working with Donald Trump is very different from working with Joe Biden, for example. Next slide, please. Great things you can do. So this is some really nice work about using a cartoon to help get people to understand the research around helminths in soil, so worms in soils that can get into your skin. Next slide, please. This is about how to start if you want to be somebody who influences policymaking. So this is a great blog post on how to get started. Next, please. Challenges of doing it in some countries. So if you have a government that's very corrupt, which is often the case in the global south, it's very different from trying to work in a country where the government's not so corrupt. Next, please. And there are a whole range of different things that you have to know about. They do differ from country to country, but there are also commonalities. And this is another great blog post that illustrates that. Next slide, please. So change, along with unknowns, change is one of the topics that is really fascinating, because both of them, no one discipline has full understanding, and their understanding is scattered across multiple disciplines. So if you want to make change happen, you have to understand processes that are multifaceted, unpredictable, and dynamic, and you need to be able to strengthen some processes and block others, and kind of manipulate your way into the change system. Next slide, please. So the desired outcomes of change are inherently values-based. So your values will influence what it is that you try to do. Next slide, please. Systems change. If you want to change the system, which is what we're talking about with complex problems, you have to work at the individual scale, the organisational scale, the social scale, the environmental scale. You have to be able to work at those multiple different levels. Next, please. And there are different options for influencing change. So as Rick and economists know, incentives are really powerful ways of making change happen. Power itself is really important. So if you have power and exert power, that's important for influencing change. A whole lot of other things we could talk about there. Next slide, please. And as I've already said, there are different disciplinary and stakeholder perspectives, and each of them is only partial and each of them is limited. Next, please. Developing a theory of change is a good starting point for appreciating the complexities. And so this is a particular tool that you can use to get you started if you're interested in change. Next slide, please. So speaking of theory of change, there's a great blog post that gives you an introduction to that. Next slide, please. This is a great one about using volunteers in civil society organisations, and how you work with volunteers influences how you can make change in your organisation. Next, please. This is a terrific slide about, often we are able to get things to happen at a small scale, but if you want to do that at a large scale, if you want to amplify impact, this talks about different ways of amplifying impact. Next, please. And great piece of work on how to do a process that really helps you make systemic change happen. Next slide, please. So communication, formal and informal ways of engaging with people in a variety of settings using various media, and you have to understand cultural norms. Next slide, please. So the key purposes of communication are giving and receiving information, forming and maintaining relationships, and gaining or exerting power. Next, please. And useful skills mean you have to be able to frame the message effectively. So the way that the metaphors that you use, the way that you think about how you communicate is really important. You need to be a good storyteller. You need to be a good listener. You need to be a good facilitator if you're working with a group. And you need to know some formal processes such as nominal group technique or informal processes as well. So how do you make group processes work? Next slide, please. Next, please. And the next one. And the next one. And the next one. So these are 4 different ways of thinking about communication. And I'm not going to talk about them in detail, but I'm trying to give you a flavour of the sorts of things that are available, the sorts of tools that are available, the richness of the tool sets are available. I don't want to scare you off. It takes a while to get a handle on these, but once you do, it's really exciting to see what else is out there and what other people are doing. Next slide, please. So teamwork. So there are many different kinds of cooperation and collaboration. You need to understand that building trust is really important and generating a shared vision is really important because we all think differently. You need to be able to work with the diverse perspectives and skills that the different people on your team have. You need to have good processes for team formation, and you need to be able to support a team as it goes along, particularly managing team dynamics and the disagreements that will inevitably arise. Disagreements are really positive, and you need to turn them into a productive way of helping people to understand each other. And you need to understand the best practices in team leadership and facilitation. Next slide, please. And the next one. And the next one. And the next one. Again, these are 4 different ways of thinking about collaboration. The last one in particular, we can learn things from Indigenous communities about understanding the rituals that we use ourselves through the rituals that different cultures use. And they have great ways of doing things, but they also make us reflect on what we do. And we have a lot of rituals ourselves that we don't understand. Next slide, please. So this is stakeholder engagement. I've already said this before, let me say it again. Stakeholders are the people who are affected by the problem that you're thinking about, and they're also the people who are in a position to do something about the problem. And they're usually in either government or business or civil society. Next slide, please. So it's important to be able to identify who the relevant stakeholders are. You have to select who you're going to invite to participate. You need to have appropriate forms of interacting with them. And what's appropriate depends on the stakeholders and their circumstances, and it can range from informing to co-producing to supporting them. So there are a range of different things you can do. Next slide, please. And then, so again, I've developed a primer. As there was with diversity, there's also a primer, I didn't say that at the time, which goes through each of these steps. Next, please. And the next one also, please. Again, there are some great ways of looking at how to work with stakeholders, and Indigenous communities have often done some of the most groundbreaking work on appropriate ways of dealing with the stakeholders who are Indigenous or who have the problem that we're dealing with. Next slide, please. So I've given you a taste of what this resource provides and the different kinds of tools that are available. So the aim of I2 Insights blog and repository is not just about providing tools, but it's also about building a community. So about exchanging and learning and strengthening the community. Next slide, please. So I'm going to set you some homework. I'd really, really appreciate it if you went to the blog and if you found one blog post that interests you and if you posted a comment. It would be great to invite you to become part of this community and to get you started on engaging. Next slide, please. I'm going to take off my I2 Insights hat and put on another hat. I've recently become the president of the Global Alliance for Inter and Transdisciplinarity. And I'd really invite you to go to this website also and to think about becoming part of this community as well. So if you're interested in inter and transdisciplinarity, there are at least two communities that you can join, and it would be great to have you as members. Next slide, please. And I'd be very pleased to connect with you. I can't be with you to have chats, but I'd love to hear from you on email. I'd love to receive your comments on the I2 Insights blog and repository. If you do post a comment, just remember that I'm going to be going to bed, so I won't be able to send it live quickly. All comments go into moderation, so it'll take a little while before it appears, but I look forward to being overwhelmed with comments when I wake up tomorrow morning. Next slide, please. That's the end.
Thank you very much, Gabriele, for your very, very interesting lesson. Now we have just 20 minutes for questions or comments. Rick, please, could you reach me at the table, please? If you agree, I start with a question for Gabriele, just from Francesco Russo. Would you come here, please, at the table? Use the microphone. Thank you very much. Gabriele, we have a question for you from the student Francesco Russo.
Hey, Francesco.
Hi, Mrs. Gabrielle. I have two questions about the first part of her presentation. The first question is, to what extent can the inclusion of indigenous and local epistemologies in the scientific practice enrich our understanding of the natural world? Can you provide examples where traditional knowledge has significantly contributed to scientific advancement?
Thank you. So in Australia, we have a lot of problem with fire. And I think you do too. I think you've had this experience in Europe as well, right? And so we have very fierce fires that burn in Australia. And this wasn't a problem before white settlement. And the Aboriginal people in Australia tell us that that is because they use fire very differently. So they would burn often, but burn at a very low temperature. So there weren't these kind of massive wildfires that we see now. And if you treat the country like that, if you use that Indigenous knowledge, it's much better for the country, it's much better for the animals in the country because they don't all die, the trees don't die, and you then also don't have these massive wildfires. So that's a quick example that I can give you. I think it's a really, I can see myself, it's not a pretty picture, sorry everybody. But that's a great example of how Indigenous knowledge can be used. I think this is an area where...
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Question,
and I have another question. How can participatory research methods transform the process of scientific knowledge production? Can you explain the benefits and challenges of involving local communities as co-researchers in scientific projects?
Thanks. So I think the first thing to say is local communities don't always want to be involved, but sometimes they do, right? So it's really important to do what the community is willing to do. And you also have to think about what's in it for them. So how do they get rewarded for being participants? And, do you have money to pay them? Is there something in it for them? So you have to kind of think about all of that. The answer to your question is a very long answer. So I'm trying to think about how to keep it short. And I would say, if I was there, let's sit together at lunch and talk about this some more. But I know that Bin Bin is there. Go and talk to Bin Bin at lunch. She'll give you a really good answer to that question.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Do you have other questions or short comments for Gabriele? Okay, that's all right. We have more questions for Rick. Mohamed Afiouni. Okay, come here, please. Shh, 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 quiet, please.
Hello, my name is Mohamed Afiouni. I shall thank the director for this possibility and thank Professor Rick for this beautiful presentation. I shall just ask a couple of questions. My first question is, how do you measure the impact and success of interdisciplinary research projects, especially in terms of social relevance and policy implication? And may you provide some example in which interdisciplinary research has influenced policy making in practical application in real world context? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. First, in terms of impact, there's been some pretty good bibliometric analysis of the scholarly impact of interdisciplinary research, which shows that interdisciplinary research teams in particular often produce results which are highly cited and are much more likely to get, hundreds or thousands of citations in the scholarly So that's kind of the most, as an economist, I still kind of like quantitative analysis when we can get our hands on it. So that sort of bibliometric analysis is, it's not quite answering your question, but in terms of the academic impact, interdisciplinary research, so there is this evidence that interdisciplinary research can have a really big impact within the academy. There's also, unfortunately, lots of evidence that interdisciplinary research often goes off the rails and doesn't produce anything, and the team doesn't get along and starts fighting and never produces anything, so we have to be aware of that. In terms of the policy impact, again, it's harder to produce sort of quantitative evidence that we have a big impact. I think I might pass that on to Gabrielle and say, hey, Gabrielle, it's great to see you. It's been a long time, and you're looking good. But did you want to, maybe you have an example off the top of your head of a good policy impact?
Oh, well, the IPCC, the International Panel for Climate Change, is a great example of exactly what it's like. It's had been hugely impactful, but it's taking a very, very long time. But if you think about where we were 20 years ago, when people weren't talking about this at all, to where we are now, when people are really worried, it's a great example of how interdisciplinary research has an impact. But it's also a great example of how hard it is, right? It's not like discovering gravity. and it's there, right? This is much more complicated because it's much more contested.
I thank you for and I would like to ask you, how do you navigate the challenges of obtaining funding and support for interdisciplinary research, considering that most traditional fundings prioritize single disciplinary projects, and what steps do you believe that academies and research institutions should take to be better at supporting and incentivize inter- and transdisciplinary collaboration?
Many granting agencies in Canada and the United States and other places have launched interdisciplinary funding programs. The challenge there has been that they often don't know what they're looking for. So I, for a couple years, sat on the Interdisciplinary Committee of the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. And it was kind of an interesting process, but what we would get is all the applications that they didn't know what to do with. So if they got an application and they couldn't figure out a discipline they sent it to, they said, well, this must be interdisciplinary, which in a way made our job easier because we got some crap. I mean, we got things that really they just weren't good research proposals. And so that made it easier for us to fund all the ones that we liked. But I really think so that in some countries, the granting agencies have kind of recognized the importance of interdisciplinarity, but don't really know what they're doing. My colleague, Catherine Lyle from the University of Edinburgh has written a lot about this, about how granting agencies often just don't know what they're doing. In other countries, they haven't even got that far. They're not even trying to support interdisciplinarity. And then what you've got to do is fashion a grant application that makes the case for interdisciplinary, but that's a really hard sell. So in some countries, it's really, really hard. In other countries, the challenge is educating granting agencies on what good interdisciplinary research looks like.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add something to Can I just add something to that? Some countries are getting really good. So the Swiss, for example, have just launched a program, and they've just appointed a head of transdisciplinarity that will help the people who get the grants do the research better. So some grant funders are really taking it very seriously.
Okay. Thank you. We have another question for Rick. Agnese, please come here.
Hi, I'm Agnese Marra. And Professor Sozak, how can an interdisciplinary approach address the economic instability caused by unpredictable events such as pandemics or wars? And what specific integration strategies are suggested by the literature?
Wow.
Just 5 minutes to answer this question.
We can organize another round.
That's right. But I think the important part is that it requires an interdisciplinary approach, that economists on their own they're aware that political events and pandemics can disrupt an economy, but they don't really look at it. So what you're going to end up having to do is this can be, because what we're really looking at here is one of the trickier things where you're asking a question that no one's really addressed, that the political scientists haven't looked at the effect of political dislocation. People who study pandemics tend to worry about people dying rather than people losing their jobs. And so what we've really got in your case is a gap. So you need on the one hand to understand how pandemics operate, and then you need, on the other hand, to understand how economies operate, and then you are going to have to fill in some missing pieces in between on how the pandemic would affect the economy. I think you can, one thing you can do where there's a real gap is kind of look at other events of real instability. So my theory of the Great Depression is that it was caused by technological shocks. Okay, which is not quite the same as a pandemic, but yet you can draw a connection and say, okay, a pandemic, might have similar effects to these technological shocks that happened during the Great Depression, and then go on from there. Of course, now that we've lived through one pandemic, unfortunately there will be others, but now that we've lived through one, we can draw on our experience of how we handled this one, which we did I was actually kind of impressed the government stepped up and said, we have to spend a lot of money. But let's spend it stupidly was perhaps not the best part of the response, but let's spend lots of money was a good part of the response, and we can learn from that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Agnese. More question or comments? Please, a microphone. Could you come here, please? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Bianca, and actually my question relates to what was just asked by Agnese, in that my research, which is of course a draft of a research, concerns health economics. And what I found, or I think I found, is sometimes to link disciplinary fields is not necessarily complicated per se, but because we fail to understand the ideological basis upon which those disciplines are built. And I think it's especially true when it comes to economics. Quite a few students of economics tend to neglect the neoliberal basis upon which the classical economic models we study impact how we understand economics itself. And when it comes to health economics, it becomes very tricky to understand whether standard definitions of utility and efficiency can be linked back to a good understanding of social policies, for example. So how do we go over the ideological assumptions, which I don't necessarily think are linked to the disciplines, but the moral assumptions beneath them?
Well, that's a multifaceted question, which allows me to go off in many directions. Yeah, so I didn't mention it, but of course ideology is also one of the characteristics of at least some disciplines. I think economics is often, certainly my colleagues are not incredibly right-wing. I think economists tend to probably be, to the extent that a right-left thing still makes sense in this day and age. I think economists are probably less left-wing than the average sociologist or anthropologist. But certainly, in my province of Alberta, which is an incredibly not-so-right-wing province, my economist colleagues tend to be considered politically radical by the right wing. Anyway, that was an awkward defense of economics. But yes, recognizing that there can be these biases, and certainly economists tend to like market solutions and so on. Okay, so that'd be the first part. That yes, I think one of the things that characterizes disciplines is different ideological attitudes, and you're going to find that economists and sociologists will disagree simply because economists favor markets and sociologists and political scientists will be more in favor of government interventions. But you also mentioned something about, how we define utility and so on. As I kind of mentioned briefly in one of my slides, that's one of the big challenges in doing interdisciplinary research is we have different understanding of terms. So my big advice to you would be to think about how different groups define things like utility. Because economists attach a very precise meaning to a term, philosophers might attach a different meaning to it, and people in medical fields might attach a still different meaning to it, and so grappling with that may really help you kind of push your research forward and saying, well, they seem to be saying different things, but that's because they're using the word utility differently, and by kind of diving into how they use utility and maybe you coming up with a better definition of utility, you can maybe make them disagree a bit less.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Bianca. Thank you. In perfect time, we are finished this session. Thank you very much to Gabriele. In winter time in Australia, evening winter time in Australia, very different weather from here. Thank you very much, Rick.
My pleasure.
For your very, very, very interesting contributions. Now we have 1 hour and a half for lunch, and at 2:30 we return here for the round table of the afternoon session. Okay? Thank you very much for the supporting staff and all people.
Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
my pleasure.
Thanks.
this method, a tiny shard of glass can be traced back to its source. Neutron activation details with
Ma voi siete quelli di immobiliare.it?
clear sight.
The 16th century Maastrichtian forest.
Good afternoon, please.
Allora, devi chiamare, come ha fatto il direttore, a sedersi, no? Le varie... Questi sono gli studenti che hanno...
Ma li chiamo io?
Sì, ha fatto il direttore nella prima sessione. Queste non le porre come domande, ma come curiosità, ok?
Ma questo qua, cioè lui poi, io lo chiamo, lui viene e mi legge le
Fa lui la domanda.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. After the very interesting session we had this morning, it is for me a real honor and a pleasure to chair this session in this roundtable, which sees the contribution of esteemed colleagues and experts from with very well-recognized experience at the international level, and which are coming and representing the most important institutions involved in the protection of cultural heritage, the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural properties, and also the development of peaceful application of nuclear-based techniques and instruments. First of all, let me thank all the institutions which are contributing to this roundtable, starting from ENCAT, and thank you in particular to Giannalia Coliandro for having helped us to set up this session, and then UNICRI, Marco Musumeci, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, UNESCO, Carabinieri Cultural Heritage Protection Command, Art Loss Register, the University of Florence and Maastricht, and ICOM. And now a little bit something which was not, I was just aware. Let me also ask you to join my applause for Professoressa Luciana Lazzaretti, who was just nominated by the Italian Ministry for Education an emeritus professor at the University of Florence. I just saw the official document as a recognition to her career and academic achievements. So I don't know where she is. Congratulations. Can you please stand? She is here. Thank you very much. Now, let me say a few words, because I was then a very young master and PhD student when Professor Angelo Rizzo, who was my tutor and then rector of the university, was talking about his dream of creating in Lecce an advanced school on the model of the Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa and of the colleges he attended in Pavia, where she studied physics. Since then, I remember that he really, since the beginning, identified interdisciplinarity as the key character of the school in Lecce, such that, as you know, the last I, the last letter in the name of the school stands for interdisciplinarity. He also saw in the field of cultural heritage one of the fields where the fusion between humanities and natural sciences could be more effective. He was also responsible for that momentum at the beginning or the end of the 90s, which led to the idea of having in Lecce a particle accelerator dedicated to cultural heritage diagnostics and radiocarbon dating. And since then, now the idea is true, and was then made real by Lucio Calcanilo, who was the founder and then and is still the director of the laboratory. And since then, I'm still riding that wave. And so it's for me very perfectly fitting. I mean, the idea of this roundtable is perfectly fitting the founding idea of Isufi, and where we are talking about the use of interdisciplinarity in this roundtable in the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. So a little bit, it's for me showing him. He passed away several years ago, more than 20 years ago, but still, it's a little bit like showing him that his idea is still working on our legs and is producing results which nobody could really foresee more than 20 years ago. So now, let me say, or introduce the session. Can you see my slides? Okay. So, first of all, these are some slides which come from my experience in the last years in the frame of different projects and collaboration with different agencies, mainly sponsored by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And essentially, the illicit trafficking of cultural goods is a lucrative business for organized crime. Because of this reason, these main features of this illicit trafficking, which are, I guess, are going to be discussed in much more details but in the following talks. But the low risk of detection, high margin, the attractive side of both the illicit and illicit market, and also the gray zone which is in between these two areas. And also the increasing global demand from collectors, investors, museums, auction houses, and other actors. And this, just since I'm a physicist, these are some numbers. This is the number of items which were seized globally in 2020, just 1 year. So you see more than 850,000 items of cultural heritage interest. But now I'm going to talk to you about cultural heritage from the point of view of an analytical scientist. And there are the relevant features of a cultural heritage object which is not immediately visible or accessible, because all these aspects you cannot immediately recognize, such the identity, the authenticity, the provenance, the value, and the legal status of an object, which means that, again, just from my point of view, you need a specific expertise which is required, which is largely based on nuclear techniques or applied nuclear techniques, for instance, in terms of chemical fingerprinting, and then I will briefly show what it means, and dating. Now, again, when we talk of cultural heritage, one of the aspects to be discussed and assessed since the beginning is the authenticity of the object, which means assessing the authenticity or a provenance of an artwork is based on the identification of the place of origin, the time of manufacturing, the manufacturing technology, and eventually the identification of the artist who made the object. Or, in other words, it's like answering this question, when, and we have different dating techniques, radiocarbon or other methods, I'm not going in any detail, or where, so establishing the provenance of the raw materials, for instance, using ion beam analysis, nuclear activation analysis, or other techniques, how a certain object was produced, so analyzing the technology, the stratigraphy, the identification of the pigments, and who produced that artifact. For instance, comparing the composition of the pigment with the known composition of pigments used by a certain artist. So the investigation of art is a little bit the art of investigation. It's a complex work. And again, here a little bit the topic of the discussion and also the very interesting talks we heard this morning, the authentication is typically a multidisciplinary approach because it's a complex approach requiring the collaboration between different or persons with different backgrounds, archaeologists, art historians, curators, law enforcement officers, chemists and conservation scientists, and physicists, because I'm a physicist, of course. So you can really obtain a conclusive answer only when you have, it's like solving a puzzle. You can see the complete image only when all the pieces match together. So for instance, you need context information, composition and analysis, dating, historical sources, style, and so on. But also it's not only a multidisciplinary approach or interdisciplinary approach, but also this, again, from the point of view of a physicist, a multi-technique approach. There is not a single technique which can solve a problem, because different techniques have different features or complementary features in terms of elements which are seen, or sensitivity, the minimum amount of a certain element I can measure, the destructivity of the analysis, the complexity of the use of the instruments. We were having before a lot of discussion about this. I can have the most nice analytical technique, but then I need a particle accelerator to perform an analysis, and it's not possible to have the custom control and particle accelerator. So this is important. The cost of the instruments and the analysis, and so on. So this was the same slide I was showing in Vienna a couple of weeks ago. I have an analytical problem. Then I have some boundary conditions. In physics, we call this boundary conditions, so all the conditions which are around the problem. Then I have a sort of analytical toolbox with different tools I can use to solve these problems, and then I get the answer. Just to make an example, let's assume that a pot or a piece of pottery is seized during the inspection of a container in a custom or at the border. The problem is it authentic, where it is from, what is its legal status? But then I have some constraints. It's a very typical situation. Can the object be sampled? Can I take a small piece of it to perform the analysis? Can I send the object to a laboratory? Can I send the item to a laboratory which is abroad? Or how relevant is the analysis? I have 10,000 pieces of pottery. I cannot imagine to make an analysis on each of them. And then again, I was talking about this during lunch. I have different technologies because I have portable instruments or I have laboratory-based instruments. And when I go from portable to laboratory instruments, the analytical performances increases. I mean, in a laboratory, I can make analysis which cannot be done on a table or the custom, but also the complexity of the instruments. And this is very important. So what are the techniques we are going to talk to today? To make it very simple, let's assume that I have this pottery, then we somehow illuminate or we irradiate the sample with some kind of radiation which is produced by a certain source, which fortunately physicists produce and we know how to do. And then the interaction between this radiation and the material is inducing the production of secondary radiation, which we can detect, measure, analyze to obtain the information we want to obtain. And if, for instance, if we use X-rays to irradiate the sample and we measure X-rays, the technique is called X-ray fluorescence, which is the most used technique in this field because we know how to produce very compact instruments. They are a little bit like gun, and so they are very portable instruments. They are working on batteries. They can be recharged with a solar panel, and so are very, very helpful and simple to use. Or in ion beam analysis, I'm irradiating the samples with energetic particles produced by a particle accelerator, and then I detect either X-rays or other particles. And here you see already from this picture, the instruments is much more complex. This is the end station, so the final part of a particle accelerator, which is called Aglaé, which is installed in the basement of the Le Louvre Museum. I don't know how many of you know that there is a particle accelerator just below the Le Louvre Museum in Paris. And this is just to give you an idea of the dimensions of these machines. This is a picture of the accelerator hall of the facility at the University of Salento. So it's 30 meters long machine. So we go from portable instruments and full instruments to machines like this. Then radiocarbon dating, so please appreciate my efforts because I can speak of radiocarbon dating for weeks, several weeks. And so I'm making it very, not please, I know this. And what we can do is we can analyze organic materials. The A range is between, let's say, to make it simple, is the story of Homo sapiens on this planet, and so from 200 years up to more than 50,000 years. The uncertainty is of the order of a few decades, and the materials we need, it's of the order of 1 milligram. So it's a destructive technique, but with reduced amount of sample. We are still working on it. Now we can analyze also different kind of materials. Here I'm putting just an example. This is what in Italian we call it biacca. It's a lead carbonate used to produce the preparation layer for painting. It was used during the Renaissance. We can also use this bomb peak dating, which is the detection of anthropogenic radiocarbon, which was released during the nuclear detonation test after the Second World War. And this is the way we use radiocarbon in forensics. We had, again, with the Atomic Energy Agency, a program which ran for more than 4 years, which was about the application of these techniques in forensics. Or we are developing new instruments to further reduce the amount of material needed. Then again, another outcome of my experience in the international organization, which is the responsibility of the analytical scientist. We are not all aware of this. But when we talk about cultural heritage, to my view, it's not always nice to talk in terms of money and economical value, because cultural heritage is an heritage, so it has a value well beyond the economical value. And analytical scientists have to be aware of the ethical implication and legal implication of their analysis. For instance, who and for which reason is asking for the analysis? Is illegally entitled to hold an object or perform the analysis? Do the analysis require special authorization? I have, I don't know, a Raffaello painting, and I want to assess its authenticity. I go there, I take a small piece, and I send it to a laboratory. Am I allowed to do this? Does the sample come from conflict zone? I'm analyzing a pot, By thermoluminescence, I say that it is 3,000 years old, but it was looted in Syria. So I'm giving value to an object which was looted and illicit trafficked. So this is an ethical issue. So again, is the object the result of looting or other illegal activity? Can the analysis be used to increase the commercial value of an object? To which extent the analysis can be misinterpreted? This is, again, it's coming from my experience. And again, this is another more technical aspect, which is the limit of obligation of confidentiality. I'm analyzing a painting. I find that this is a fake, but I'm not allowed to tell because I signed an agreement with who commissioned the analysis, and then I see in an auction that it is sold as authentic. Am I allowed to tell that it is not original or not? So you see that there are relevant aspects. And so this is, but I'm not losing time, just the picture. This was taken just in front of here the last year. It's the sunrise in Santa Cesarea. So you see the east, which is also the name of the hotel where most of the speakers are staying. And so I thank you, and we go now to, thank you. This is because most of you have to do the exam with me, I know. Okay, now we have the first round table, and the first talk is going to be given by Alice Shimon, with the right pronunciation from Hungary. She is a physicist at the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the title of the talk is the IAEA Strategic Approach to Fight Illicit Trafficking in Cultural Properties with Nuclear Analytical Techniques. Then we will have the talk by Marco Musumeci and Vittoria Luda di Cortemiglia, closing this session. So please, the floor is yours. Do you know where it is? Here.
So good afternoon, everybody. First of all, a very warm welcome on behalf of the International Atomic Energy Agency from Vienna. I am really delighted to be here with you, and it is so nice to see so many youngsters, the next generation, actually. So thank you very much for the invitation to Francesca Imperiale and Gianluca Carta. And I think my title is very, very serious. But I was told to shorten my talk, so I'm not going into details on all aspects on the IAEA strategy, but I am here, and you are free to ask me either in the round table or during lunch, dinner, and so on. So as it was mentioned, I am also a scientist, originally an accelerator specialist. I worked in a similar laboratory as you have in Cedad, the ion beam accelerator, and now working at the International Atomic Energy Agency. First of all, I have to mention, I am going to invite you to a detective story. But first I need to go through some introduction. And then I will present not very heavy story, but that will be a detective story, I promise. So first of all, I have to say that maybe you have heard about the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, from the news. When my colleagues, the safeguards inspectors, they go to different countries and basically they verify the nuclear material. On the other hand, when establishing and running a nuclear power plant, it was also nuclear energy my colleagues are dealing with, or nuclear security. It is also about hospitals, physics laboratories, all over of our life, when it's about any activity related to radioactivity. And the third pillar of the IAEA is dealing with science and technology. But what is cross-cutting, that we are dealing all with nuclear techniques, nuclear energy. Nuclear is our magic word. And this is what we are applying for the safety, security of the member states, of the society. I heard this morning the question how to measure the impact of our work. and what we deliver to the society? Oh, that was a very good question, and we can discuss also, but it's very important to have some high-level objectives as well. So we are working truly worldwide. The IE has 178 member states at the moment. As I mentioned, headquartered in Vienna, Austria. We have also laboratories in Cyberstoff, it's not far from Vienna, in Monaco, as well regional offices in Toronto and Tokyo, and we have liaison offices in New York and Geneva. At the IE, there are about 2,500 staff, international staff, so it's really, really international. It's very interesting to work there, and if you have chance to come to Vienna, you are very welcome. There are official guided tours, but you can also contact me, and I would be happy to take a team, a group, to the United Nations premises, because the United Nations is there in Vienna, and one part, the biggest part, is the IE. So, just to move a little bit further where I am coming from, so we have 6 departments: the nuclear energy, safeguards, nuclear safety and security. The technical cooperation department is dealing with developing countries, and I am coming from the nuclear sciences and applications. And we also provide technical support for the technical cooperation department. It means that we are working closely together. We bring the science into the project, and they are managing the projects. And so what nuclear science can do in various fields for peaceful applications. So as you can imagine, in food and agriculture, human health, water resources, environment, everywhere nuclear science is there. So getting closer, physics section. Physics, we like physics, I hope you do as well. And we are dealing with small and medium scale facilities. And on the top left, you can see an ion beam accelerator facility as CEDAT has, and it was just shown before. On the bottom, the circular one is a synchrotron facility. You have it here, a synchrotron Electra in Trieste. On the right one, what do you see? The bluish is the Cherenkov radiation from a research reactor. So neutron-based techniques. And on the right top, you can see an ion beam which is extended into the air. And it is very important because in case of analysis of art objects, we cannot put them, or not necessarily we can put them into the vacuum, but we can extract the ion beam, and then we can have the analysis in air, which is more gentle. And of course, if we are talking about the ceramics, pottery, and so on, this is the way to do. I would like to invite you that you visit the IE X-ray Technology portal. If you just Google IE AKP, it should be #1. I hope we worked for it on the list. And so you will find several information in this portal. But actually, you can find the infrastructures, the various facilities, as ion beam facilities, research reactors, XRF laboratories. And you can see that we are working truly worldwide. So we have a worldwide network. We work with all continents, all regions, various countries. It is really fascinating. If you check on the IAAKP, we have also a dedicated page called Case Studies. And here is the infographics, which I like to show to impress the audience, because as you know, that physics is really fantastic, and with the use of ions and neutrons making interactions with the materials, the objects, we can basically explore the world from the atomic world between atoms, what is happening between atoms, to the interstellar space. Actually, our techniques were used also to identify water on Mars. And then if you find this page, you can click on these bubbles, and it will bring up all stories from the topic. So normally, the analysis of art objects is between a few centimeter, a meter size, so in the middle, somewhere here. But of course, if you think about layers, then it's also nanoscience, nanolayers, micro layers. So basically, it's spanning over, from nano to a meter world. Let's focus more. Actually, we can focus on the ion beam coming from an accelerator down to a micrometer size. If we are good, we can also have some information at nanometer size, which I think is really fascinating. And then we can do two types of analysis. As it was mentioned just in the previous talk by Professor Carta, we can identify materials of objects were made. What was the technology, manufacturing technology, the two-dimensional and three-dimensional structure. We can look into the object without breaking it. And then what was the source of the material? So provenance studies, trading routes we can explore, and we can also identify or better understand the history of the object. So now I would like to ask you to be a little bit interactive. I know that we are after lunch, but because the school is about interdisciplinary research, interdisciplinary approach. And as I understand, you are coming from different fields. Can you just freely say some example, maybe from this table, and I forgot to mention the dating, identifying the age and chronology as well. So if you imagine maybe the analytical approach, basically what we get, the information, is some elements from the periodic table. And then to have some information which is about the object, we need to work together. Can you imagine some case that where you need to work together and with whom to get some information? Just freely, maybe you were already involved in such a study, or you always wondered how to get the information. I'm asking a very simple question, maybe sorry how I formulate, please. Okay, so the 3D structure, you're happy, you identify, and with whom you can discuss, to whom this information is useful about the object, with whom you want to discuss or present, or who would ask for the internal structure, and for what purpose?
You were talking about the 3D structure of what? A molecule or a DNA?
I thought that a sculpture.
Sculpture. Okay.
Sculpture? Okay. So who can ask you for such investigation? Archaeologist wants to know what is inside, right? Good. Who else? Doctors? About the sculpture?
Ah, yeah.
You have a point, good point, because actually medical imaging, because I think if medical doctors ask, that's medical imaging. But medical imaging, or I would say artifact imaging, is starting to be very similar to medical imaging. And you can see in newspapers sometimes a mummy put in a PET scanner or X-ray machine, and there is some imaging indeed. So that's, I think if we come back to the artifact, or maybe this original question, who else can ask you about the sculpture? A chemist? Or you ask the chemist to help if you want to know some corrosion, for example, or whether there was some treatment before. Sorry, who? I'm sorry, I didn't inform before that I would have this.
Can you hear me?
Let me know if we don't have time.
So, yeah, I was thinking to the firemen, if unfortunately an accident should happen, maybe firemen must know atomic number, the elements, the you know, the interaction between the different elements, just to know how to avoid a greater disaster.
Yes,
you know,
you
for
are
example.
right. So this is for safety reasons.
As we have seen in Chernobyl disaster, of Fukushima as well, you know, that's important.
That is for nuclear safety. That you are totally right. Thank you. Now, if we come back to the artifact analysis, so 3D object imaging. Who has the object? Oh, please. Yes, art historian. Want to know how it was made, right? Good. Who has the object normally? Who owns the object?
You probably have to talk also with the curator of the museum. He will ask you if
this is I'm trying to pull out from you.
if the analysis is destructive or not. If you are going to damage the object, I always make this example, which is typical Italian example, the Riace bronzes. And you know, they took underwater, we all know, and they were making gamma ray radiography. They were irradiating with gamma rays to see what was inside. And they made the analysis. They found that there were the casting cores inside, and it was a good analysis. Then afterwards, after some years, they decided to date it by thermoluminescence. And while making the analysis, they found that it was under 1,000 years old, which is impossible. But the reason was because by irradiating the statues, they were inducing a lot of radiation. They were losing the information. So the damage in that case was not a mechanical damage, but was a damage to the informative content of the statue. So also in that case, when you are making any kind of analysis, you should discuss before with the expert if you can do that analysis, what kind of damage you can potentially induce, and so on.
Thank you. Is there somebody here who is not physicist or chemist? Hands up, please. Excellent. Thank you.
UNESCO has raised their hand, so please.
So maybe another example, trading routes. You know, it's not only the source of materials, but sometimes it came very far away. It is really fascinating how they traveled and how they shared the technology, how they shared the materials. It's really interaction between the people. I had a case, I didn't know this before, importance, and this is my last example for this slide. Archaeological textiles. Anybody is familiar with? Okay. Archaeological textiles, old textiles, dresses. You know, depending on the hierarchy of the person who was in the society, the decoration was different. So, for example, if you have a button, metal button, you know, you put in the accelerator, X-ray or whatever, you have the periodic table, the results from the periodic table. But then you work together with the social colleagues, and you can identify the hierarchy, who wore that textile, that dress, and how they were working together. It's really fascinating. Physics is really good. So let me go to the next slide, and coming back to the work, what we are doing. So the title is Revealing the Secrets of Our Heritage with Nuclear Science, because this is what we want to always explore, what is behind. And actually, there are 4 main pillars of our work at the International Atomic Energy Agency we are doing. And starting from the top left one, we are using irradiation for artifact treatment, you know, kill bacteria and fungi, especially for wooden artifacts.
2 minutes.
Oh. Oh my God.
3.
I thought that I have more time because I am doing it interactively. Really?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay, you can find this then on our website. No, I'm then I need to stop.
5 minutes, okay.
Still not enough. So we are doing also the analysis, and we had a project which was already mentioned, and with international partners from all over the world. And actually, at that time, we were using nuclear analytical techniques in various fields for forensic purposes, and like coffee authentication, for example, and authentication or identifying origin of forensic glass, but also authentication of paintings and bones and other organic materials. The work package 4 was led by University of Salento and Professor Carter. So if we can have the
video
overview on
How
the video.
can nuclear science help criminal investigations? Well, atoms don't lie. Criminals may try to cover, clean, or conceal evidence, but traces of it will always be left behind. The science of studying atoms is gaining ground in the world of forensics. X-rays, neutrons, and ions offer advantages over conventional methods. They can analyze one particle among millions and pinpoint origin with great accuracy, while leaving crucial evidence intact. How? Ion beams interact with atoms to show the composition of material. With this method, a tiny shard of glass can be traced back to its source. Neutron activation details with precision the amounts of isotopes in a sample, helping to match fragments of a bullet to a manufacturer. Nuclear techniques help to solve crimes, detect fraud, and spot forgeries. The IAEA supports research and helps countries in applying these techniques.
Thank you very much. And here you can see that our aim, we published several papers from this research project. And to engage with others, we published the papers in Forensic Science International. So not for us, for accelerator scientists, but for the end users. And I think the last part then, what I will try to speed up. Yeah, this is the detective story I wanted to present. And maybe you know that in Vienna, there is a Museum of Fine Arts, and a masterpiece from Benvenuto Cellini from Florence, and this is the gold cellar. And yes, to put on the table and for salt. And actually, this object was stolen in 2003. Somebody broke into the museum and took the object. And this was a really big disaster. I was also just reading it, and I will not give more details now. You can check on the internet. But Austria is very proud of this object. So there was a big investigation, and this theft was in the news and so on. And the police tried to find what happened. And the police received several hundreds of mails and two parts. One of them by saying that the person stole this object, the others were blackmailing and asking for money. But because the police received so many letters, it was not possible to, which one to go after, which one is the original letter coming really from the burglar. So then there was also some investigation to identify which letter was really coming from the burglar. And because here you can find some blue enamel, and that was left also in the museum on the display. And then they could find this blue enamel also in the letter. And then at a later stage, I guess it was also the police tactics. So they asked for some evidence through the person was sending these letters. And the person sent this, broke unfortunately, but this Neptune trident. And here you can see the analysis of these three things. And you can see the elemental compositions very well correspond. So at that moment, the police knew, yes, the guy has the object. And they had to go after that person. And then, actually, it took 3 years. And they found the object in the forest. And then in 2006, they got the object back. And you can think that the story ends here, but actually it's not true. But I don't know whether I have time.
Yeah, we are curious now.
The 16th century masterpiece, the Cesarea, is now in the hands of nuclear detectives and 21st century
I don't know how about the sound.
Stolen in 2003 when Vienna's Kunsthistorisches Museum was under renovation. Police tracked the thieves for 3 years before unearthing the $60 million treasure buried in an Austrian forest. Today, back at the museum, the detective work is taking a scientific twist. The museum's curators are getting help from nuclear science and atomic analysts at the IAEA's Cybersdorf laboratories. The IAEA has loaned the museum a specialised portable instrument known as X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, or XRF, to closely examine the Cesarea and discover how best to restore it.
There was some damage, yes. The restorers have documented everything. It was less than we expected, that everyone expected, but there's still enough damage, yes.
Most obvious is a deep scratch on the goddess Earth, probably caused by the crowbar the thief used to break the showcase. The enamel that covers the Cesarea is also flaking off. Dr. Ulia trained to use the XRF machine at the IAEA. She shoots precise X-ray beams at the Renaissance sculpture. It allows her to identify a vast number of elements simultaneously, essentially providing a fingerprint of the artwork. Initial findings show the Cesarea is made of very pure gold. Cellini sculpted it to hold salt for royal feasts.
Because it's a very valuable piece, we are not allowed to take any samples from the piece itself. So we have to do investigations by non-destructive methods. And XRF is the only non-destructive method you can use by bringing a portable instrument to a museum.
The technology's even been used to examine the tip of David's nose, analysing the dust and dirt before Michelangelo's masterpiece could be safely cleaned. Recent advances made at the Cybersdorf lab have significantly improved the technology's potency and portability. The IAEA is sharing the benefits worldwide.
We provide the
I think we can stop
know-how
here.
which is developed in our laboratory at cost-free. So,
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. So you understand that after they found the object, they had to make another analysis to prove that that was the original object. That was not just a copy or a fake. So here I stop. Thank you very much. Sorry for the long talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alice, for this very interesting talk. Now it's the floor is for Marco Musumeci. He is from UniCRI. He will talk about improving effectiveness of investigations and prosecutions, the role of technology.
Dobbiamo metterlo? Metto io. Metto io. This one. Sì? No? Yes. Well, it's great to be here. And I will already clear the floor for any kind of misunderstanding. I'm not an expert on cultural property illegal trafficking. I'm an expert on other kinds of illegal trafficking. But today, we are talking about interdisciplinary research and cross-fertilization of ideas. So why don't we do it also in the areas of criminal activity? Why don't we try to see what we can learn from how organized crime is managing some other illegal traffickings, how these traffickings are investigated by law enforcers, if and how technology can be used. And then at the end, let's try to understand also with Vittoria, the next speaker, which will complement what I'm going to say now, if some of this can also be applied to illegal trafficking in cultural property. So you would ask, Marco, what you are doing? What is your area of expertise? Well, I am the counterfeiting guy, but not the counterfeiting of works of art, but the counterfeiting of goods. So what we call intellectual property crime or IP crime. And you immediately think about, oh, the Gucci bags, oh, the shoes, who cares about that? You know, we also only damaging big multinationals. No. We're talking about fake food, fake beverages that kills consumers. We're talking about fake pesticides that kills farmers and destroy the agricultural economy of entire countries. We're talking about fake medicines that instead of curing you, they kill you. Fake toys created with toxic plastic and with pieces that detach and basically choke the kids, and many other products. And even the Gucci bags, at the end of the day, they give money to organized crime to fund so many other illegal activities. But we share a common destiny, or a couple of common destinies, with the illegal trafficking in cultural property. First, these crimes do not create social alarm. Consumers, the public, they don't care, usually. And it's the same for both of them. The law enforcers, unless you are Davide, I don't know where Davide is now, is roaming around somewhere there, from the Carabinieri, there, a specialized corp from the Carabinieri. So unless you're Davide, or some in the same corp, many law enforcers in many different countries go outside of Italy, don't focus on Italy. They don't care. They don't care about counterfeit goods. They don't care about this kind of activities. They don't care about the trafficking in cultural property. Why? Because they are doing so many things at the same time. They are investigating drug trafficking, arms smuggling, trafficking human beings, robberies, money laundering. They don't think, unfortunately, and that's our role, that's where we have to improve in sharing this kind of knowledge. They don't think, they don't know that it's all connected. Because rarely, if you talk about transnational or national organized crime, they are rarely specialized. Usually there's not a single criminal organization who is doing just one thing. They do many things at the same time because they want to increase the possibility of profit, diversify activities, and put yourself in the shoes of a criminal. If you have an activity which can bring you a lot of money, then you risk the seizure of a container, man, what would you do? Well, that would be a counterfeiter. Ho sbagliato lavoro. I would be a counterfeiter. Yes, of course. So that's the kind of things I would like to walk you through my presentation today. So let's see about what's going on in the IP crime area. We will have some concrete cases so that I show you a little bit how it is working and also the kind of investigative techniques that are used. And then also with the other speakers, let's try to see if any of these approaches could also be used to the cultural property illicit trade, which share the common destiny. Yes. So on the left side, you have Gianluca. That's Gianluca. And Gianluca is the scientist. Yeah, and Gianluca in some years. That's the scientist. I don't want to say on the right side you have Davide, because Davide is an expert on the crime area. So you have a normal law enforcement guy, which doesn't belong to a specialized corp. Now there is a big gap, usually. The law enforcer usually doesn't know exactly which are the technological tools. And in my next slide, you will see they're not just talking about the authentication part. But today, then, we will focus on that. So in general, they don't know, or it's not a given fact that they know exactly what technology can do for them. How to use technology during investigations, how to give the package of evidence to a prosecutor to sustain the prosecution in court, and be sure that the evidence can be presented in court, is admissible, okay? On the other hand, Gianluca is developing a lot of tools. A lot of those tools are developed for scientific purposes. Many of those tools are used by Gianluca also to support investigations, but Gianluca doesn't know 100% which are all the needs of the law enforcer. And the bridge is to support a dialogue between those two so that tools can be better customized for the law enforcers, and the law enforcers are aware of all the plethora of things that technology can do for them to sustain their investigations. This is the list of crimes, at least relevant for all that we are seeing today. And on the right side, up to a certain time, I don't know if you're part of that generation, I don't think so. But up to a certain time, people were thinking that criminals were dumb. You are a criminal because you're not smart. You don't know what you can do in life if you become a criminal. It's fake. Criminals are extremely smart. They know how to use technology better than us and faster than us. They know how to make payments in cryptocurrencies. They know which cryptocurrency they have to use. Tell me the difference between a payment in Bitcoin and a payment in Monero, and why they always use Monero, because it's basically untraceable because of the decoy transaction and the decoy wallets that it creates. They know how to use the internet, and you know that. They know how to use the dark web. All these kind of things. They know how to create all these kind of schemes. way better. They study way better than us. So we are always catching up, okay? So a part of the technology is basically for the second area that you see there, but we don't discuss it today. We would need a whole day just for analyzing how technology could support law enforcers in those kind of investigations. So today we try more to support to the, I use traditional, but it's wrong now, I realize. It's basically for the physical sort of understanding of what a product is in terms of originality and provenance, which is again a common element in an IP crime, because I want to understand if a product is fake or not by analyzing its composition, not the Gucci bag, but the medicine, yes, or the food, yes, or a pesticide, yes. And in some cases, I can also understand from where it comes. Oops. These are some of the questions that when we started working with Gianluca and he participated to many of the meetings, some things like this came up. So a law enforcer, first of all, when he thinks about tools, he wants something which is flexible. Imagine a customs officer. Imagine a field inspector. How many different kinds of product is a customs officer receiving every day? Millions of packages. Does he need a tool for each kind of different product he has to analyze? I mean, you would need a warehouse for the tools, not for the merchandise. So they need something that could be flexible and analyze different goods, different substances at the same time. And Gianluca will tell me, well, Marco, but how many reference databases do I need to do all that? Yes, but that's the challenge for the technology to support the law enforcer. Because the law enforcers, in that moment, a customs officer wants to say, what is this thing? Original or not? And you come to the accuracy. So can you have a portable tool, for instance, which is as accurate as something that you have in a lab? And I think that usually the answer is no. But for someone who is doing a raid, for someone who is receiving a product as a customs officer, in many cases, the tool has to tell you, this food is 100% original, this food is 100% fake, or I don't know. If it's 100% original, good. 100% fake, you seize it. You don't know, you go to a lab. But at least you take out 50% of reasons to go to a lab and create a lot of work for Gianluca that could be solved simply by a tool. Another thing is the collection of evidence. So how can I use this in court? And usually the portable tool, you cannot use it in court. It helps you in many ways, but then if you want to sustain it as evidence in court, usually you have to go to a lab. A certified lab, an independent lab, that cannot be even sometimes proposed by a private sector complaint when they file it to the law enforcers, because it might be said that it's not impartial. So sometimes will be the judge appointing an expert to do an analysis. In many cases, the prosecution who tries to understand which is the best solution for having basically the evidence accepted in court. And will you need a counter-analysis? Yes, if you use a portable tool, usually you need it. But also bear in mind that the technological analysis, if you think about the evidence package as a puzzle, it's a piece of a puzzle. Just with that, you don't do anything. You need all the other sort of elements. You need to prove criminal intent. You need to prove how long the activity was going on. You need to examine the conversation, the phone chats, and all these kind of things to create the whole plethora of evidence. And then the technological analysis will, in this case for the physical part, will allow you to say, yes, it is fake, it is dangerous, and they will know exactly what they were doing. That's the other issue. It's a huge, and we don't have the solution here, guys. They want it fast. I think in some cases when the customs sees a product, if there is no immediate, in my area in the IP crime, there is no immediate confirmation from the right holders or analysis, you can detain them for 48 hours, and then you have to release them. Victoria just did a research on that, comparing some of the legislation even within the European Union. So you need something now. Of course, if you do a search and seizure, it's different. Then if you do a search and seizure, you have more time. But it's not that you can detain the goods 2 years before you sort of realize if they are original or not, even because who's going to pay the cost for the storage? That's a big mess. So they also want something which is fast, but in many cases, fast doesn't really marry with accuracy. So there is a sort of element in which we need to find a bargain between what we can ask to the technology. And now the boring part, I think, is over, and we go into some cases. All cases concerning my area, the IP crime, but you will see, starting from simple cases to more complicated cases, how the evidence package was built, how the criminals were operating, and I hope at the end of the day, you will also realize that even IP crimes are not victimless at all. So we discussed yesterday with Gianluca and with David, I think, at the table. When we were kids, I don't know if it applies to you. When we were kids, we had the plasmon cookies. And the plasmon cookies for us kids at the time were super good because of the growth. They were having a lot of vitamins, they were helping you a lot, and they were also tasting good. Now, I don't see plasmon cookies anymore in Italy. I don't know if they're still there. They might. Anyway, in Serbia, they call it plasma. It's original. So, okay, it's a trademark used in Serbia. So they're marketed under a different name. In Serbia, they don't just do the cookies, they also do the ground version. So it's a powder that you put in milk. There's one guy who has a brilliant idea. Oh, I can create my own version of the plasma cookies. So he basically rent a warehouse. Imagine the sanitary conditions. This is thing that your kids are going to eat when you will have kids. So he says, if I buy 30% of the original plasma cookies and 70% of very cheap version somewhere else, and I mix them, who's going to know that I'm marketing a fake version of the plasma cookies? He bought a machine over the internet with a conveyor belt and a mixer, which was used for mixing parts for production of car spare parts. Again, for the sort of hygiene control there. And he asked a friend of his, the best man when he married, in another country to create the packages and the foils which were identical to this. And he started marketing all this in local markets. And no one saw the difference in the packaging, which is remarkable because they were super good copies. And I cannot see it, you cannot see it, he cannot see it. Not even Davide will see it, only the producer can see it. So basically, the consumers were complaining the taste is really bad. And they complained to the right holder. Well, what are you putting on the market? And the right holder said, okay, send me the packages. And they analyzed them, technology. They did a full analysis of the composition. And you see here, all in red, is where you have a deviation with the normal composition of the cookies. There were a lot of different, it is also when you look at the microscope, the differences in the packages, in the letters, but only the right holder could see that. They sent an alert. Let's say that the police in Serbia took it very seriously. In 360 degrees, and in only 7 days, they got the bad guy. But without all these kind of things and counter-analysis of the product that were seized then in the warehouse, you couldn't even be sure that they were coming from the same source. So that's an easy case. DNA analysis. Remember what I said at the beginning, never underestimate the creativity of criminals. Wherever there is money, there is crime. So even things that you would never think about. Guys who are basically growing and selling plants. A plant variety is an IP-protected thing. And I know you never heard about it, but it's an IP-protected thing. And in Sicily, in the south of Italy, we have a lot of organized crime, mafia-type groups, who are involved in the production of flowers and some other fruits. So they also have an interest in this. Why? Because no one is looking into that, of course. And they make a lot of money. So this is a case that doesn't have to do anything with organized crime. There's just a couple of guys doing that in Catalonia, near the Ada. But when the Guardia Civil went there, they do two things. They collected a lot of samples, and they documented with pictures every step of the samples collection and every step in the chain of custody of the evidence. there was only one kind of analysis that they could do to have 99.8% probability that the results was accurate. It was a DNA analysis of all the samples that they took. And here you see all the results where basically the guy was replicating without authorization the plant variety. And the guy got, I think, 1.5 years in prison, which is not bad for a crime like this. Again, technology was in this case, was the key piece of evidence. Without that, the case was lost. Let's do something more serious. Medicines. You don't believe about counterfeit medicines. My mother doesn't believe about counterfeit medicines. Gianluca doesn't believe about counterfeit medicines.
I didn't believe, now I believe.
But or you always think like, yeah, it's something that's going to happen in Africa or in Asia. No, it's not true. It happens in Europe, especially if you buy over the internet. Because it's true that in Italy, in Germany, in many other countries, we have a legitimate supply chain which is totally safe. Totally safe. Really, really safe. But if you go and buy from online pharmacies, you are out of the controlled supply chain. So good luck with what you get. And don't complain if then you are poisoned instead of being cured. So these guys produced, there was a big organized crime ring, okay? So this operation was investigated also by Europol and Eurojust. These guys were importing the medicines from India, all erectile dysfunction drugs, the pills that no one uses, but have the blue ones, but they have an incredible market even if no one uses them. That's remarkable. So Viagra, Cialis, you name it, everything. They had a very interesting modus operandi, and that's when the analysis, the technology analysis came into place. So they were importing everything into the UK. Do you know what a dropshipper is? Raise your hand. What is a dropshipper? You don't know what it is. A dropshipper is basically a person or an organization which is responsible only for the final delivery of a product to the final customer. So you have a network of 50 affiliated websites, all illegal. They're all saying to you that these pills are true. They receive the orders. The orders are fulfilled from India. They go to the UK. To the UK, you have the branch of the organization who is responsible to send the bulk of the medicines to each country that you see there, to the dropshippers, and the dropshippers will open the cartons. They have a list of the customers or the customer orders and are responsible for the final delivery. In some cases, like in Austria, the dropshipper was a fully fledged criminal organization with 7 people. One of them was just doing money laundering, 2-point-something million laundered just in Austria. Europol gives the possibility of using this tool that you see there, which is not the easiest tool to obtain because the cost is around 50,000 euro. So you cannot equip the law enforcers with this kind of thing because, to me, it's okay, because it would be like crazy. But in that case, there was a transnational investigation, and they did it. So basically, thanks to the analysis, they were able to progressively analyze all the pills that they were finding in all the different places used by the dropshippers. They then had the counter-analysis from the lab. But the tools was immediately useful to say, yes, this is one of those fake things that you have. They used pool paint for the blue wonderful color, which is highly poisonous and not fit for human consumption because it's lead paint, as you might imagine. So this was one of the key elements of the prosecution, and the guys got 6 years in prison. The last slide, because the last one I will skip, I don't care. The same tool you see here. This is even a more serious case. I need to explain this. If you see the pyramid here that you have at the center, this is a case that happened in the Czech Republic, Victoria, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. So basically you have the top guys. What are they doing? They own a company for creating windshield washing fluid. And they are entitled to import a lot of methanol because it's a component of the windshield washing fluid. One of the guys has a brilliant idea. He didn't even Google it. Usually we all Google. He didn't even Google it. They said, you know what? If we mix 50% of methanol and 50% of ethanol, the ethanol will eliminate all the negative consequences of the methanol. And we can sell it as a precursor for alcoholic beverages, so as an ingredient to both the legal market and the illegal market. Great. They had 10,000 liters. and they sent it to the third guy, who was the distributor. And he was a bad guy because he knew that the origin was fake. He sent to all the other guys, many of them work in the legal market, they had no clue, and many of them work in the illegal market, they knew. So at a certain moment, people started to die because of kidney failure or become blind because of poisoning, but like crazy. So imagine like if you're a law enforcer and day after day, you have all these casualties. But in the Czech Republic, the response was incredible. They removed every kind of alcohol from the supermarket shelves, and they created stalls where consumers could go with their alcohol to be tested. They used the machine that you see there for the testing. They recorded the samples, and as they were going up into the legitimate supply chain, they were comparing all the tests. So at a certain moment, the results of the progressive testing, when they read in the warehouse, they knew it was the same mixture coming from the same guys. It went to a lab at the time. They made all the proper testing to verify that, and the two guys, they got life in prison. And the third guy, 15 years. Can we use something like this in the discussion? No, that's the slide for, let's see if anything like this could be also done in the area of illicit trafficking in cultural property. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marco. And we are a little bit tight with the schedule and a little bit late. Now the next talk is going to be given by Vittorio Lude di Cortemiglia, who is going to talk about exploring modalities for trafficking and counterfeiting of cultural goods and possible innovative tools for detection.
If I can even find the mouse here. Because Marco has done something special.
He ate the mouse.
I'm not lucky with technology.
No, ma non riesce proprio a vedere il...
Ok, scusa. Allora, okay. So thank you very much. My name is Vittorio Lude di Cortemiglia. I'm a lawyer, and I'm a criminologist, and I'm not an expert in cultural property crime per se, although I have been over the past 20 plus years, 23, working on different organized crime and illicit crime activities. So multidisciplinary in my case is starting by studying and understanding dynamics behind different type of activities, in my case illicit activities, and trying to see, try to learn and see pretty much with, in line with what Marco was mentioning, which are the, let's say, commonalities and what we can do in practical terms, try to find practical approaches and tools to make the possibility of prompt detection. So my work over the years has been to work with the law enforcement institutions, police, inspectors, customs, and judiciary to help them in doing their job. And because we're talking about very, very technical aspects and very complex aspects, we see that this is a perfect topic to actually be thinking about interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity. And I started by working on human trafficking, then counterfeiting with Marco, environmental crimes, culture, arms, drugs, number of different things. But I see a lot of commonalities. So first lesson is here for our debate. Why do we need multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity? Because these crimes, particularly trafficking in cultural goods, are very multifaceted and complex. So unless you have the top maximum expert that knows it all and has been working on this for many, many years and keeps the pace with the modalities that are changing, you will always have a piece of the puzzle, as it was mentioned by Gianluca or Marco, that is missing. And we need to sort of make sure we build on each other's experience. This type of criminal activities include different type of activities. It's not just one thing very easy, like I steal a bag, but it's looting, it's theft, it's trafficking, the sale of this cultural object, and then counterfeiting and forged objects. it has a lot of problems, and you'll have the slides. So I will not just go one by one, but certainly identity, authenticity, provenance, provenience and the legal status of all of these cultural goods are difficult issues that require very specific expertise. And we have heard already a lot of extremely interesting things about how to prove and solve. But imagine if you're not Davide, and we put it on stop all the time, because of course the Italian Carabinieri, as other corps, do have very specialized units that are really trained on this specific topic. But not everywhere in the world, not in the 193 countries in the world, you do have enough skilled enforcement officials that know it all. And when they're faced with all of these challenges, it's a problem. You know, even public museums and collections are vulnerable. So we're not just talking about things that are still, you know, underground in archaeological sites, but we're even talking about museums and collections. We have a problem with registration of cultural goods, and we have the icons that will tell us a bit about this later on. We have problems with the market itself, because it's a quite a lively market, but it has their, you know, attractive points for buyers and sellers. And I don't know if you ever went to try and see online what is, you know, to be sold in terms of cultural goods. But it has the problem of secrecy and subjectivity. We don't have, and sorry, that's my legal background, we don't have a common understanding really of what we really mean. We use the same word, we use multiple words to describe concepts that might not 100% be one overlapping, right? Not an international common definition. So countries, and because these cultural goods come from one country and moved and transported to another, or we also need to have a shared understanding. We have a different list of goods, different thresholds, legal thresholds, different interpretation even of national laws and terms. So that makes it difficult. And here you again see that we need more experts from different angles to be able to help when it comes to this problem. Estimates, and we have already heard this morning, there's a lot of unknowns and knowns, what we can say, and there are no certain estimates on that. I'm not fond of being a lawyer with numbers. I'm always a bit scared. I'm not fond of the estimates per se, but of course we also need to know a bit how large or how small or where this phenomenon are you know, affecting the most. And of course conventional crime statistics are not fit for the purpose. We don't know about this. And we have notable, of course, problems in actually estimating, especially think about our own country, think about this region that kindly hosts us. And we don't know how much is still dispersed in terms of patrimony around. So we would not know accurately if something is actually stolen unless it was already before recorded. And of course, there are notable exceptions, and I again refer to the Leonardo database for the Carabinieri, and there are others, of course. You might, if you're interested in knowing a bit more from the law enforcement perspectives, there's a report by the Interpol, International Police Organization, that provides a bit of the information on assessing modalities and as of the year 2020. But that's not important. It's a serious offense, although, you know, as Marco rightly said, very often it's not regarded as so important. Why? Because if we have, you know, law enforcement officials that deal with a lot of other things, they might think, okay, well, you know, especially modern art or your other things, you know, who's really harmed if this is not a true piece of art or if it was stolen and from some rich millionaire somewhere. And it's transnational, we mentioned that. Also, has been also mentioned before, I think by Gianluca, there are specific areas, you know, political instability, armed conflicts, you know, that are particularly prone to being looted. It's global, yet modus operandi, so the modality by which this type of activities occur varies from region to region, and of course varies by type of criminal activities. And why I'm saying all of that? Because, you know, you need to have an understanding as much as possible, a general one, because you need always to have the clear picture, the general landscape, and then you can have similarities with other illicit crimes. But you also need to have a very sectorial and specific understanding of the things to be able to know what is the unknown and where you need to find other colleagues or experts that can lend a hand. There are different type of actors. You have the individual thief, digger, fraudster at national level. You have the middlemen between the first ones and the other ones that facilitate exchanges, all type of the different expertise. They actually display. They can be working regionally, internationally, helping out things to be moving from one place to the other, changing denomination, etc., trying to find a buyer. And then, of course, you have and of course, I'm actually also the daughter of an antique dealer who worked in this area until 20 years ago. So I'm not going to say that all auction houses, all antique dealers, and all collectors or museum, turn a blind eye or don't know what they're doing. But we're going to be understanding that there is also a third layer internationally. And you will have the slides, so you can have a bit of an understanding. But why are we looking at how all of these type of people are behaving? It's because if we want to detect, investigate, and then report, and hopefully also prevent, that would be fantastic. But we also need to really understand how these things work. So criminals, usually individuals, operate at national level, are usually nationals of that country, unless you're coming from, we're talking about conflict zones. And then you escalate. The organized crime groups, there are criminal groups, and Marco was mentioning about criminal groups involved in other illicit trafficking activities, but we see synergies. Once you have an open route and a nice working modality to, let's say, make use of containers and ship illegal things across borders, you can find in the same container a number of things, counterfeit food, medicines, or cultural goods, displays. So you see that the different, there are synergies in terms of modalities of trafficking, in terms of modus operandi, and also in terms of routes. And then, of course, business models do change based on what they really want to do. If it is an unlawfully acquired good that is sold illicitly, they will have a specific modus operandi, but it can be also an unlawfully acquired good that enters in the legal supply chain, and of course that's a different modality, or it's actually in the black market and in the dark web, we will see that. And then, of course, e-commerce platforms, and we have heard for counterfeiting, but it's very much so. You can actually get a lot of information on the normal web, so you don't really need to be a very savvy criminal, but you can also have a lot of exchanges in normal e-commerce platform, in normal chats, and so on and so forth. And this is where the commerce is thriving also. And here you have a dark, onion router dark web that was seized. It was actually selling also, among drugs and other illegal commodities, also cultural goods. So as I mentioned, it's just saying that usually marketplaces or modalities can be very common with other serious, what we perceive as serious criminal activities. Money laundering, it's important because it's all about money, right? Criminals or fraudsters are interested in things because there's economic advantage. And here, why I put this slide is not because I want you to think about money laundering per se, but it's because we need a specific expertise to be able to trace bitcoins, virtual currencies, exchanges on the dark web. So here, think about our police officers or enforcement authorities. They also would need to be very expert or get expertise to do financial investigation. They can be especially thinking about these online modalities. They're quite specific, and you really need a very specific expertise when it comes to it. And then, of course, looking closer to what we're thinking, illegal excavation and looting. And, you really need to have an understanding how this occurs. And, usually in these archaeological sites are, exposed to excavation, usually are difficult to be accessed. So they're remote areas. And, it's very difficult once, we have heard about this, once the good artifact is being excavated and taken out of its original site, it's difficult for customs and enforcement authorities to actually be able to trace it back. Where does it come from? And therefore, think already what type of tools and technology and what type of information you would need to know. And I think we have heard already from the example before. Same from looting. It can be individual looting, like metal detectors, and I think maybe the colleague from the Carabinieri will explain about this. You can just go and order metal detectors and individually go. Probably you have seen in the beaches, there are also people that offer their services to find if you lose earrings or other things on the beach. Well, you can use these metal detectors to actually just go and find spots. Or there are more systemic looting, which also cause irreversible damages, and that's through large machineries. And then how do they move across the borders? Here, Interpol is giving us the sense that it's very, very difficult to get it once it's on transit, because it can be hidden in a traveler's luggage. It can be falsified, as we know about this. It can be hiding. For instance, here, and I will let you this example because I found it interesting. There was this world customs operation called Corsair. And between Spanish and Argentinian authorities, they managed to prevent actually this import of fossils from, they were dinosaur eggs. And of course, if you ask me, how does a dinosaur egg look like? Well, I don't know if I would be 100% sure too. And of course, they were disguised. And, they were mixed also. Fossil mixed with stones and different shapes and colors. And even, they even had drawings, just to make it difficult to be really spotting. But nonetheless, the operation managed to actually prevent this to have a happy end for the criminals. And then, it can be also on road controls. And the problem is that this consignment can coming in with the DHL. How can we be able to check every DHL coming in? And I'm fond of Amazon or this home deliveries of all sorts of things. And so, for instance, the next example is, you have here customs authorities in Vilnius, Lithuania. They actually checked and managed to find some things traffic in small parcels. So do you understand the dimension and the challenges that officials can have? For this reason, I think it's great that we're talking here together about, all of your backgrounds and different experience and expertise, how we can, let's say, get a little tiny probably, reply to a large problem. But even if we may manage to help a bit, even if it is not 100% perfect accuracy and resolution, and it won't work 100% of the cases, maybe it can help to get our minds a bit in the right direction. And think about the fakes. I think Marco gave a fantastic example when it came to counterfeiting of other goods. We also have fakes in art. And also sometimes fraudsters are even that good that they themselves are not able to recognize if it was one of their original fakes or not. There was an important case of Modigliani, but I will leave the story for another moment. And also, counterfeit is not new, has always been there. There has been this Terenzo da Urbino in the 17th century that he was doing fantastic fakes of Raphael paintings. So, it's nothing new under the sun. Problem is that how do we detect if even the arts, if even collectors, even if museums are not not always certain of what they're acquiring, how can a law enforcement or inspector or custom official be even sure about this? And then there's this last thing that I like to mention is the tampering. So what is tampering? It's actually mixing. You take a big painting and you divide it and you break it. So then you have small paintings and it's no longer the one that was registered. Or large Baroque canvases that are shredded in fragments, paintings, with signature abraded, and there's a lot of that also when it comes to paintings, but also when it comes to furniture and other things. And that's also difficult, of course, because even here, the original part is original, and then it's tempered. And then coming to the end, because I know we're behind time. We have heard already about a lot of technology. I'd like just to mention that there is a EU action plan against trafficking in cultural goods of 2022, and already gives us a bit of an idea. First, technology is crucial to support law enforcement. It's not everything. We need technology, we need expertise, and we need to, to learn all the time, because as long as we get an understanding of certain modalities, then they're bright, they're smart, and they will find something new. So we'll always lag a bit behind. So software, surveillance technology, and online investigation, this is what the EU Action Plan mentions. And so databases, web crawling, artificial intelligence, language, image recognition, and all of that is certainly used in different type of investigations, and definitely also here. And because you might be able to spot some of the indicators of something going not in the right direction. Satellite and drones, imagery, analysis, and monitoring, they can be combined. What I like to mention is that not all of these technologies will work every time. They might be quite expensive. They might also be not handy for the specific type of situation we are looking at. So they're just, ideas, and they have been used in different case examples successfully, not everywhere, not for any occasion. And we cannot imagine that we will make use of all of these all the time. 3D scanning, the same, for instance, to be able to match looted antiquities to their source, I think similar to that. Then there is the tagging and tracking technologies, RFIDs. This is used for counterfeiting a lot. This is very much sponsored by private sector companies that are looking into it. It's not necessarily always efficient and useful. But yeah, that's something that people are working on. Blockchain and sniffers, for instance, is another thing. So last things I think has been covered already. So I think that is all just for food for thought. I think what is important altogether is to acknowledge that in this type of field we need to join forces with multiple experts at different levels. And also international and national combination is needed, because this is not something that affects only here and now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vittoria. Thank you. Now we go on with the session. We are going to hear the point of view of UNESCO and ICOM. And so the next talk is by Oriol. Sorry for my bad pronunciation. Freixa Matalonga. I don't speak Spanish, so you speak Italian.
So it's Catalan.
It's Catalan, so even worse.
Spanish and Catalan, but I'm from Barcelona, but I'm
yeah, you're right.
Also Spanish and also Catalan.
Okay.
Also from Barcelona, so. Yes, that one. Okay. So era questo. Sì. So thank you Isufi, thank you all colleagues. I'm really glad to be here today in this beautiful setting, in this really interesting and passionating subject, discussion, and I think that it's really interesting that we can talk about a specific issue on interdisciplinarity, on how to work breaking silos, in my opinion. This is why I am really, in my own job, because where I come from, I don't know if you, I talked with someone of you this day, but I had the possibility to explain who I am. I'm not a researcher, I'm an expert of life, an expert of Brussels, an expert of policy making, an expert of cultural relations. I was like you some years ago. I did my stage, I did my Erasmus, I did all what we are aligned to do. And then I arrived to Brussels and I started working, as you can come also to Brussels, and I started working on international relations, international cultural relations, and I started a career. Since I arrived to Brussels, I've been 30 years till now. So it has been really an amazing experience, and everything around culture. And now I am working at the UNESCO representation to the European Union. You know that UNESCO is a big organization, an international global organization on the UN family, the United Nations family, in charge of education, culture, sciences, freedom of expression. So, and why Brussels? What's the meaning? What's the fact that to be in Brussels for UNESCO? So, because UNESCO is the European Union is one of the biggest partners of UNESCO in terms of policy, in terms of values, of goals. We are partnering since 10 years already to have a strong partnership, a strategic partnership on our mandate. And specifically in Brussels, I am in charge of culture. And in culture is one of our main pillars. But focusing notably on two areas. One, specifically and notably on global cultural policy, so in fact on evidence-based advocacy. Well, we were talking this during the lunch, the importance of the Summit of the Future next September. I don't know if you heard that. Next September, in mid-September, we will establish the new agreement for the future, for the post-2030 agenda. What is the 2030 agenda? The Sustainable Development Goals. So as from that date in September, we will be agreeing, when I said we, all the countries of the world, all member states, all the 193 states of the world will be deciding how we will be our future, at least in terms of sustainable development agenda. So it's important that we follow this, and you are the ones that you will be concerned, because we the speakers now here, we are already old, and we are not anymore. We have a young future in our minds, but physically you will be the ones that you will follow us on this endeavor. So I think that you need to be committed, you need to be there, you need to follow the post 2030 agenda. And it is now that it will be decided, so please. And also, if you are interested in culture and if you are supporting how culture could be in a prominent role, this is the moment. And culture, it has a really important role, and it has to be reflected there. So our aim is to push this agenda. So we work together in the European Union on this, but also on a specific issue that since 2015, since the complexity of the global situation, international situation, for instance, with ISIS attacks and Islamic attacks in terms of attacks against cultural heritage, in conflict zones, in wars, in crisis moments. So we need to be alert and to protect cultural heritage at risk. And this is why we established this important way to highlight the importance of the protection. And the fight against illicit trafficking is a way to protect cultural heritage. It's important because we are talking about, as I said, protection of cultural heritage, but also because all heritage at risk deprives peoples and communities of their identity, disrupts the transmission of knowledge, and also undermines the enjoyment of cultural rights. Cultural rights, a word that you have to, if you are interested and you are devoting your efforts on culture, please put in your mind for the future, because this is the word, cultural rights. This is like a human right, accessibility. Cultural rights is a key word, key double word. So please, take in your minds. So this protection of cultural heritage, I think that it's really important that you take it to your mind. And now I would like to watch together with you a video that we produced some years ago through a joint collaboration with the European Union in the Safeguarding Cultural Heritage at Risk, in a project in Syria. We mentioned already, Gianluca mentioned some Syria things. So this is the video, just 3 minutes.
Malambo, guys.
Sorry. Okay.
My childhood memories, the ones that stick out most, would be playing around these really ancient.
Oh, sorry.
Monuments.
It's a legend, you know. You see pictures of the Grand Canyon. You see.
Terracotta. It was built by the first Chinese emperor, Qin Shi Huang.
There's something they call yodeln. I can't do that. It's just a funny voice they do. I don't know. I cannot do that.
There's something called the Charminar in old city of Hyderabad, and
you have the sun here, which means light up the darkness. Light up the darkness, because in my country also we have a lot of things about like spirits.
Malambo. Guys do one thing and girls we do another things. We dance in couples and girls we used to do like this and we dance in a way and another.
I have been there. Oh my God.
By that time it was the empires, the invaders who came and left and went, and Baalbek stayed.
The statue, just the same as the human being, the soldier, the horse, the chariot.
You're sitting there on the canyon and literally like your feet are dangling. You get all of these incredible colors on the canyon and bouncing off the canyon. There's nothing that can prepare you for that.
It's a structure that every Hyderabadi of every thread is proud to say that's a monument that symbolizes the city.
I don't know if you heard about Mami Wata, but you can look up. It's like a big god in the river that protects us and whatever.
All this, it makes Baalbek not a Roman piece or a Greek piece or a Lebanese piece. It makes a place, a site where all the world is there.
قلعة حلب لما فتت علي أول مرة ففتنا على قاعة العرش اللي كان يقعد فيها صلاح الدين. إنه كنت عم ضل نقبي بالمعلمة تبعنا لأنه كنا رايحين مع مدرسة إنه بدي أروح أقعد هونيك بدي أروح أقعد هونيك وكذا، فهي ما تخليني. هربت وكنت راح أوصل إنه خلص شفت الحلم قدامي راح يتحقق إنه حفوت حقعد، فبيلقطني السكيورتي إنه.
Now the question.
I couldn't accept it.
I can't imagine the United States of America without the Grand Canyon. The idea that that would not be there, I mean,
If they said no, there's no more that thing, I mean, it will be a shock, it will be sad.
It would be violence. I would feel violated.
I would think I'm in the wrong movie.
If we destroy the past, that means we will destroy the present and no future.
I can't imagine Lebanon without Baalbek. It exists. It will always be there, I hope.
إنه أنت تشوف تاريخك تشوف الأماكن الحلوة اللي كنت بتحبها اللي كنت تزورها اللي كنت عايش فيها كلها صارت ولا شيء ما عادت موجودة يعني هو صعب بس بدنا نصلحه. الأطفال لازم يعرفوا شو النظارات اللي طلعت عنا شو هي بيعطيهم دافع كتير قوي إنه نحن بدنا نرجع نعمر هالبلد.
So this is an example of our collaboration, joint collaboration with the European Union. And with ICOM and other organizations like ICOM and that we are working since already. Wait, you please. Since already, no, that one. Since already long time. So we saw how important it is to protect heritage at risk, destroy, lost, because we are talking about the past, but also about the future, as the Chinese lady said, and because we are also talking about people, and it's about people. What is it? So this needs to be also clear. And we can see too that is a global and all phenomenon, the protection, and it's from a long time. So, but focusing on illicit trafficking, we see that it's really important and is more prominent in disasters, armed conflicts, and political instability. In such situations, there is less security, and all this monitoring that we saw in the different presentations of archaeological sites, museums, and borders makes it easier for traffickers to export cultural property illegally. Furthermore, also the cultural heritage has a primary role also to play in the maintenance of peace and security, and we have to have a reminder on this, specifically at the level of the United Nations Security Council through several resolutions, already the 2347, that has been the first resolution exclusively dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage, that affirm culture's role as a source of stability and inclusion and as a driver of resilience. So I just wanted to go a little bit on a specific before to explain a little bit our work in UNESCO, specifically on the trafficking, the illicit trafficking of cultural goods. I would like to mention the Mondia Cult Declaration in 22 that has been adopted at the UNESCO World Conference of Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development in Mexico in September 22 in Mexico. More than 150 member states, ministers of culture, gave its agreement on a common road map to strengthen public cultural policies. In its declaration, it has been UNESCO's clear mandate, specifically in the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property, to intensify efforts in this field and specifically strengthening advocacy and action concerning the impact of this fact, of the memory, identity, and the future of peoples, encouraging the introduction of penal or administrative sanctions in national legislations, promoting the development of national and local capacities in all countries, also fostering effective cooperation with our market actors, and ensuring also the engagement and mobilization coordination with all stakeholders and supporting awareness-raising measures. So this is the fact, as I said before, this is the political aspect and the will of member states, of all countries, that they want to pursue the fight on the illicit trafficking and the protection of cultural heritage. And we in UNESCO, we work with the standard-setting instruments that they are established here. I will not go through them, but you have the set of conventions that, as the only UN agency with a specific mandate on the protection of cultural heritage and culture, we have developed a robust normative framework to protect cultural heritage. And UNESCO tried to create a set global efforts to combat specifically on the illicit trafficking. Just a reminder, what is a cultural convention? What is a standard-setting legal instrument? Is like a treaty signed between states that act as an international agreement. A treaty is a binding agreement between parties that forms the basis of the international law. Some of you are lawyers, I imagine, or you are working. You are studying to be a lawyer, so this is something in public law that you will, in public international law, you will learn. So, what are at least the facts of the current situation? Lena? Yeah, I know. I'm fast. I will not talk about that because they are data on Interpol that has been already mentioned. Our convention, specific convention on the means of prohibiting the prevention of illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural properties, 145 state parties have already ratified. There are specifically measures to prevent, to cooperate on the recovery of the stolen cultural property, and also to enhance international cooperation. There are several. I would like to show, maybe I can show it later. Okay? If I can, during the question and answers, I can have another video too. So the importance of the preventive measures, that they are, this is the focus, the most important focus of the convention: awareness campaigns, rules of curators, national services, promotion of museums. We will talk later about our collaboration with ICOM, sports certificate, national inventories. There's a set of measures that they are. I will not have time now to explain a little bit, but I think that it's important to showcase, to just highlight this. And also the UNESCO NAD laws, a specific toolkit that we did for law enforcement, judiciary and law enforcement bodies, that it's an important toolkit that is available in the links that I shared, I will be sharing. So we have an also initiative with our market, code of ethics. It's a lot that we are working. And as the ICOM will present later on the object ID. And another important aspect is the international cooperation. And here I think that we need to address and to think that is really important, and the challenge is how to coordinate and how to work globally, well coordinated, to have a global aim to fight. And to apply what we learned this morning with the interdisciplinary approach. We can say that we try to put all stakeholders together to solve problems on this issue, breaking silos, and should be a kind of a motto, and to try to act in a better coordinated way, creating strategies, creating synergies that are needed. Jointly, I think that we are stronger, and this needs to be highlighted, and enhanced cooperation and coordination is much needed. It seems obvious, and sometimes we take for granted that we work together, but we need to enhance this. And this is why effective coordination is needed. So we try to put our efforts in rallying all pertinent stakeholders under its aegis. So we are doing this in Ukraine. We are working in conflict and crisis areas. So we try to deploy our efforts and to do this. And I wanted to also now to go into the international cooperation, as I said, and then how we are integrating the digital tools. I have? Okay. So just the need to I will tell you, the need to raise something that has not been said before. Maybe to mention the problem with online platforms and social networks that have really provide traffickers with the means to sell stolen and illegally exported cultural objects more easily and rapidly. This has to be added in the discussion, and we need to address that problem, because the role of major online platforms like the big tech, the GAFAM, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, these companies have a significant responsibility in this matter, and we need to enhance cooperation with these platforms to combat the illegal trade and protect cultural heritage. We will be organizing an international conference next year on this. So just I wanted to do this. To mention this, I wanted also to highlight our partnership with the International Atomic Energy Agency in a joint project that we are working, that has been mentioned on provenance research, also with the idea object on cultural object ID VCOM. We are working in several issues on dive into heritage, on digital documentation of damaged World Heritage sites, and a specific project on dive into heritage platform, an online platform that makes the world's cultural and natural heritage accessible, explorable, and enjoyable through digital technologies, and putting in value, and specifically a new specific project that is the virtual museum of stolen cultural goods, which will be open in 2025. This museum was designed by Francis Queré, Burkinabe German architect and winner of the Pritzker Architecture Prize in 2022. And it will be a kind of a project that will utilize the technology to showcase nearly 600 of cultural objects currently sought and registered in Interpol's database. Through the integration of 3D and augmented reality technologies, the museum digitally restores these artifacts in enhancing public understanding through community testimonials and interactive elements. So beyond its educational value, this initiative also serves as a vital tool in combating illicit trafficking and raising awareness. So this will be an important tool. And then for the generation X or Z or whatever generation you are, I would like to, if you can visit this Trello social media pack, that you will have really nice materials like the video I wanted to show. And I invite you to go to our to have more information, graphics and videos. And thank you very much for your attention, and available for and ready for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. And now we go to the next talk, which will be given by Marianti. Again, sorry for my pronunciation. Copello from Ecom. And
yes.
thank you for being here.
Can we change?
Yes.
PDF. Oh, please, yes. It's a PDF actually. Should I?
25.
Exactly. It's okay. Yeah. And I change it. Okay, thank you. And I change it by that. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Marianthi Copello. I work as the coordinator at the Heritage Protection Department in International Council of Museums. Today I would like to make a very, very brief introduction to our tools that we have in order to curb illicit trafficking of cultural goods. They are not very technological innovative, but they are very practical, very easy to handle, very easy to use, highly operational. And why not, of course, in the future can be from technological point of view to be exploited, developed, and of course used. So there are two tools we're going to talk about is the red list of cultural objects at risk and the object ID. They have many things in common, how their contribution. First of all, they contribute to the identification of cultural goods in danger or stolen goods. From identification, we go straight to the detection and seizure on behalf of the law enforcement agencies and custom officials. There are practical booklets in their hands that, from the moment they see and identify an object at risk, they seize it and hold it. And of course, eventually, after the seizure, we have the potentially recovery and restitution. But most of these tools are much more preventive tools, preventive measures. Why? Because they can trigger somehow the provenance verification, especially on behalf of the museum institutions. When we are talking about provenance and provenance research, you probably know that we're talking about finding out the history of ownership of the cultural good. And most important, that they contribute to the very well documentation and the creation of inventories. Again, especially on behalf of museums, but not only. I will start with the red list, a tool that we're very proud of. What is a red list? It's definitely not, there is a big confusion, I'm afraid, on that. There is not a red list of cultural goods stolen. They're not stolen objects. They're objects at high risk, vulnerable and susceptible in illicit trafficking. Susceptible of being stolen, of being looted, illicit excavated, or traded. Second, they are inventoried cultural objects from the collections of recognized museums, institutions, and they are protected by the national and international legal framework of the country of origin. As I said, there are small little booklets. I'm afraid I didn't have the chance to bring some with me to see the physical product, meaning that in the hands of the museums, the individuals, law enforcement agencies, custom officials are, as I said, tools for identification of the cultural goods at question that can prevent the illegal acquisition, trade, and trafficking. And of course, it contributes to the potential restitution and recovery of them. From the years, we created, not me in particular, a big, quite big database, a very simple database of these booklets that can be available in digital format. Until now, we have 20 available red lists, and we are still working for new red lists. At the moment, we are currently preparing 4. The one is the red list for Greece. The other one is the red list for Afghanistan, an update of the current red list of Afghanistan in cooperation with UNESCO, as I just mentioned. Red list Peru and red list Turkey. Just to give you an idea of the content of this booklet and eventually of the database, as you see, we have a full description of every object that consists of its material, its type, it is a statue, it is a pottery, it is jewelry, and of course the country that it comes from. Something very important, and that's why I intentionally chose a very, very, as you can see, humble, poor, irrelevant, unimportant, we can say, object here. Is the reason for that is that the red list doesn't consist of objects that are characterized by their preciousness, by their uniqueness. They're very common. So in the red list, don't expect to find a cultural good, a painting like Mona Lisa or Tutankhamun sculpture or anything like that. So most of the objects are very precious for the countries and the culture where they came from, but are not the highlighted. They're not the most well-known objects. Now, immediately I will go to another tool, a very old tool invented actually in the early 90s. It's a product, it's a tool, pure product of international cooperation that many times actually has been referred until now, because it's an international cooperation tool between museums, institutions, Getty Foundation actually, Interpol, people from the art market as well. So it's a cooperation. Why? It's an internationally recognized documentation standard. It's a format, it's a norm created for the identification, first of all, description, identification, and therefore recording of cultural goods in case of theft or destruction. It consists, I'm sorry, no. It's this one, it's translated in more than 19 languages. Here I put intentionally the Italian one, for obvious reasons. And it consists of actually a checklist of 9 categories that the description is based off of the cultural good. First of all, the type of object, what it is, painting, sculpture, again, pottery, etc. The material and the technique that is made of, dimensions, as well of the red list as well, inscriptions and markings, distinguished features, title, subject, date of period, and maker, if known, of course, workshop. This is the first step, and I'm talking about steps because there are 4 steps for this documentation, as we call it, in order to create this inventory, to use this format in order to create the inventory. First is the identification of the above categories, as I mentioned. Then writing a short description, an additional informational paragraph of the object related. Third, and maybe the most important, something that characterizes is the basis of the red list as well, a high quality photograph of the object. Because in order to identify the first thing, the law enforcement, the custom official, the first thing that it sees is a photo, is an image that is most important. And then, of course, after keeping all this making all this information, creating all this information, to keep all this documentation in a very safe place. And that goes from the museum, and in case of theft, goes straight to police and to Interpol, which actually uses object ID as the basis of its very famous database, the well-known for stolen objects that are database. Coming back to the context of today's workshop, today's meeting, which is technologies, I would like to, as a final point, to introduce you to the very well-known ID Art mobile app that it was created also by Interpol the past, 4 years before, and where everyone, museum, an individual, and any owner of a cultural good, a cultural object that has lost it, distracted or whatever, can go into this app, search for this object, but not only, can create its own inventory based using the object ID format, which is constructed, and create its own inventory, private collection of the cultural object in question that has been stolen or lost. And of course, these directly, automatically can be exported to the law enforcement. Pretty much that was it, very short. I hope it was useful and comprehensive. And thank you very much for your attention. Waiting for your questions.
Thank you very, very much for this very interesting talk and for what you are doing in this field. Now, okay, we have a small, not that small, change in the program because now we have the coffee break, but since we are a little bit out of time, the coffee break is going to be shortened. So we will be back in 15 minutes. At 5 o'clock, we are back here. So run, get your coffee and come back here. Was good. Thank you very much. Okay. We start again the session. So please. Now we have a discussion on gaps and challenges of using technology in the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural properties. And the first talk will be given by Davide Fabbri of the Carabinieri Cultural Heritage Protection Command. And also the same, in this session we will have also the talks by James Ratcliffe, Art Loss Register, Donna Yates of the University of Maastricht, and Giannalia Coriandro from ENCACT. So please, Davide.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Fabbri. I belong to the Cultural Heritage Protection of the Carabinieri Corps. I joined the Corps in 1987, and I joined this unit the first time in 1997. I want to tell you this because maybe many of you are extremely young, and there's been a great evolution in the last 30 years in this field. Today, I'm going to focus only on, as the title of the subject is, Gaps and Challenges of Using Technology in the Fight Against Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property. Namely, I want to talk about counterfeiting and forgeries. I'm going to use the style of a military briefing in order to save time and to be much more direct with you, and I hope you will enjoy it. And I will pretend that we are now at the military briefing and have newcomers entering the unit. So first of all, I would like you to remember ITPC. ITPC, you can find it on the internet, and is a website of our unit. There you will find all the possible information about this special unit of the Carabinieri, and you will see that we were created in 1969. As you can imagine, we have gathered a quite extensive experience in this field, as we've been the first one in the world working on cultural heritage. Let's go back to our topic, and let's go back to the TTPs of counterfeiting and forgeries. The first T stands for threats. So the threats about forgeries, counterfeiting, alterations of cultural properties are all the same phases of the same problem. So we are all talking about the same problem, that is selling fake cultural properties. The effects of this conduct is mainly focused on damaging the identity of the cultural property, the economy behind the cultural property, and the victims are not only the buyer, but the artist as well. I would like to say that most of the times what we have faced is a strict connection between the buyer and his unwavering faith in what he wants to buy, and the seller, the forger, and his unwavering faith in willing to get some money out of it. So it's a terrible mix that produces amazing results, of course, negative results. We can imagine, we can have as a reference somebody who is selling one painting or one statue. What, as we have faced, somebody is selling entire collections. And this sale will affect even the market, the economy, in a very, very effective way, because we are talking about sometimes hundreds of millions of euros. And this happened, and we've been investigating it. The critical areas are mainly, right now, about contemporary art. The reasons stay in the fact that contemporary art is based on supports and materials that are still available nowadays. Nonetheless, it is possible to forge and to counterfeit archaeology, cabinet making, making, and classical art, classic art. The techniques are, there's a wide variety of techniques that are passing from the basic chemistry to like aging techniques that are like extremely common, like placing the item under the sun, or like speeding techniques of ages for aging it in a extremely wide variety of ways. I'm thinking right now to the carpets that are now staying on the roads of Turkey, and those carpets, those kilim, are going to be on sale next year. Tapestry is one of the parts of art, and tapestry is on sale as a forged item of the market. In which way we can act against this kind of crimes? The procedure is pretty simple: identify, locate, investigate. In this case, forensics, as you've seen in the previous presentations, plays a very important role. Forensics is extremely important because we are going beyond the judgment of an expert, which is a human being, but now we're going to rely on science. It's a completely different effect on investigations. Then we prosecute, and then we monitor, and we repeat the whole process again. Because one of the things we've noticed that if someone is able to forge cultural properties, is not going to stop. It is a pulsion, is an ability, and is going to do it again. So the constant monitoring of the market, of the art market situation is extremely important. I belong to a generation that had a chance to have as instructors and teachers the very same people we have arrested. So I've been extremely lucky to learn from them, and for them was quite a sort of pride to become our instructors. And they were teaching us all the old-fashioned techniques to forge and to counterfeit art. So as I said, the way we perform our duties are based on the control over the cultural properties market, the control over the properties restorers, because some of the times restorers may be involved or even become victims as well. Then there is a constant connection with the art world. We talk with the artists, the foundations, and all the important figures around the world of art. And it plays a very important role, dissemination. What we call dissemination is exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm talking to you, I'm informing you that there is an entire world, as you've been informed in the previous presentations, an entire world of forged cultural properties, and we are inviting you not to become part of it. I'm staying like hopefully staying in the times. I'm trying to be very fast. I still have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you did.
And the way we are performing this is through investigations, classical standard investigation, collecting information, analysis, and we are relying in what may be called the silver bullet. If something is on sale, it has to be proposed on sale. In order to be proposed on sales nowadays, in this century, the way they do it is to put it online.
Yeah.
We have developed a system which is called Stolen Works of Art Detection System. Before Swartz, we had and we have Leonardo. Leonardo is a memory of all stolen works of art in Italy, and sometimes in many situations of stolen works of art around the globe, because we are having this database, which is, I would say, the originator of all databases of works of art in the world. So this database has been connected with this new AI-enhanced system, which is called SWOTS. And I'm anticipating to you, there's going to be SWOTS is not going to be alone. There is a legacy. So we are developing other systems that are going to work on detecting fake works of art. This system is going to work by itself. It can be launched on internet, and it can create different clients. It can rely on different clients, which makes it the perfect instrument to work worldwide. So what we are also proposing worldwide is to rely on our database on SWOTS, because having a client will give the chance to the country that is going to acquire this client to work also with us and with their own system, which makes like a net, a worldwide net of databases on stolen and illegally trafficked work of art. This is a game changer, is bringing the fight at the door of the enemy, at the gates of the enemy. And we are trying to have a more proactive attitude. Instead of reacting, we are trying to act against the crimes against cultural heritage. Basically, I have used my 11 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. And you know that we always, in Italy, we say that you can always trust Carabinieri, and this is the demonstration. Okay, please. One question, please.
Well, the red list, it is an extremely important tool.
In which way? Because she said that the objects are not stolen. So, but is representative of, if I well understand, sorry if I say something negative, that are objects to be protected because are not so famous in some way, but are relevant. And are they experts that decide that are relevant? In which way? I don't understand. But how you can work with your database, with this kind of database? This is interesting.
Our organization is a governmental organization, and so we're acting under the Italian law, and this gives us precise guidelines. Anything else that can support in the orthodox or unorthodox way the fight against the crimes against cultural heritage is good for us. If there is a list of protected cultural properties, it is good because somehow we talk about cultural properties and we talk about properties that need to be protected. It's sometimes it's funny how we know anything about koalas and we know little about the cultural properties that need to be protected in Italy or elsewhere. These kind of events are extremely important to promote this kind of conscience. It is extremely important to talk about cultural heritage, the concepts of cultural heritage that we have described it so well in our Article 10 of the Code of the Cultural Heritage and Landscape in Italy. It is the chance for Italy to be the spearhead of the fight against this kind of crimes. So right now we are leading in this field. The red list is one of the allies. So we can rely on a number of allies. There are multiple layers. There are multiple players in this field. There are tons of organizations working on cultural heritage protection. We are doing this because this is our job, our profession, and we are a law enforcement. So, yeah. Well, Leonardo is the Italian Carabinieri Cultural Heritage Protection Database that actually belongs to the Ministry of Culture, and we are just running it. The database belongs to the Ministry of Culture. We are just running it and handling it. We insert and we manage the information, but belongs to the Italian government, the Ministry of Culture. SWOT is just an enhancement of this database and gives us the chance to rely on AI-based systems, which are going to be improved in the next years, and actually, as we are speaking, they're working on it. So we are not anymore investigating on what we incidentally or by investigation we find, but we're also looking for. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Now the next talk, just a few seconds to arrange the computer. It's James Ratcliffe, Art Loss Register. What? Yeah, Davide. You can stay here if you want. Te la volevi sdignare.
Thank you. Just to build on what Davide was saying there, I think the red lists are a fantastic tool for risk analysis almost, that they're great for drawing attention to specific types of object rather than the kind of thing that you include within Leonardo or within our own database, the Art Loss Register, which is specific stolen objects or objects subject to a claim. And so, as Davide said, we're all part of this kind of jigsaw of ways to tackle things. And so, for example, they're perfect for customs. They're less useful for a unit like the Carabinieri's TPC because they know these are high-risk objects already, I think. Is that fair? You have expertise. But a customs agent does not. Thank you. I also wanted to start by saying that I think it's really important to everyone to hear what David said about the will to believe, the way that when people are buying in the art market, they always want what they are acquiring and they want to believe it's true. And that is something that causes us a lot of problems, I think, for those looking to regulate or police the market, because there are people who are prepared to suspend their disbelief, their natural reticence and their cynicism, because they're passionate for what they're acquiring. And so when you're looking at this kind of scenario, you have to always have that in the back of your mind. I thought I should begin by just explaining a bit about the Art Loss Register, which is where I work, because although I'm sure everyone in the room has heard of the Carabinieri, you probably haven't heard of the Art Loss Register. We're a little bit more specialist. We are a private company based in London, and we were founded in 1990. And what we do is we offer a due diligence service for the art market. And we've got 700,000 or more items now on our own database, so it's a little bit smaller than the Carabinieri's Leonardo one. But it's a wider range of items. So we have stolen material, but we also have items subject to civil claims, Nazi-looted art, items now with security interests against them, where banks have lent against an artwork. And we then check for people in the art market over 450,000 items a year as they are going through the market. And that might be in public sales, auctions, or at an art fair. But also, very importantly, it's private sales, the things that aren't advertised online, where we're just asked to look at it. And it's constantly growing, obviously. And you can see we work with a lot of different people. And through checking these items, it creates opportunities to recover cultural property. And so when we find something that, for example, we've added to our database that was stolen in Italy, I can contact colleagues at the Carabinieri and say, we found this. And what would you like to do? Is it still missing? Is it still claimed? And that gives them the chance to do something. And I thought it'd be interesting to talk about technology, because that's what we're here in this particular roundtable to talk about. And particularly to kind of bring it back slightly to reality and to practice, because that's, again, what we're here to talk about, the relationship between theory and practice. And so, as a starting point, I just thought it would be useful to illustrate how we've changed in the, 34 years now, that this move from hard copy to digital. We digitized archives when we began to build a computer database. We've moved over those 30 plus years from the way we checked things. When it was auction catalogues, people used to post them to us. And we would look at the catalogue, go through it, and someone would have to tick things off as they checked it against the database. Now, it's all online. And similarly, when we were looking at specific objects, if I look back through our records, people used to send us transparencies in the post. Then, and this is the one that I find hardest to believe, because the transparency is a good image, people used to send us faxes, and they would fax us an image of something and say, is this on your database? And I have no idea how we answered that question, because how can you tell from a fax? True. Do you know what a fax machine is?
It's just badly printed. It's really
Bad printing.
badly printed, like if your printer isn't working properly.
But,
Black and white.
but what technology has enabled us to do is be more efficient, that we've been able to centralize. We had to have offices all around the world, but instead we can move them together and be efficient. And it gives us a clear incentive to use more technology. But to be honest, we don't use much more technology. We have a very simple database that you query using text. You can do more complicated SQL queries if you want to and know how. And we do keep an eye on things. So in the last year, I've been looking at image matching technology, machine learning, AI. And I think from my perspective, there are lots of interesting things there, but none are yet suitable for a due diligence database, which is the service we offer. And I think there's a really important difference here that I should draw out between what we're doing, where we're offering a due diligence service to people in the market to check, to confirm they're not selling something problematic as best they can, and what a system which is looking to identify stolen pieces out there is doing. Ours needs to be as close to 100% accurate in terms of the check that's carried out as possible. If you're out there and hoping to spot things and investigate them, you can afford to miss things. Obviously, you don't want to, so you want it to be as accurate as possible, but you can afford to. And I think at this point, we're not yet there. That's also partly because if you look at technologies like image matching, they still need a good, high-quality image. And I've talked to people who are working in this area, the companies that are getting European Union funding at the moment to work on this, and I've looked at their technology and tested it against the quality of images we have when we're looking at things and saying, is this the same picture that was looted by the Nazis in 1937? And you say, we don't have a great image of that, and we can't get a better one. And at the moment, it's not good enough, because the amount of time it takes for people to look at all of the possible matches is too long. So there is still a lot of limitations there. And I think these are things that keep it from wider adoption. And for me, this is the big challenge in this. There's the cost, the training for people, the data sets you have to put in it. Is the data good enough for the technology to work with, clean enough? The reliability, and also a degree of market acceptance. People like to see people doing things in the art market. It's still a very face-to-face market. And if you don't get that respect from people, they're not going to use your system. But actually, to me, I think before we even talk about technology, we should be thinking about what are the issues we're trying to use it to tackle in this area. Because if we don't think about the underlying issues, how can we apply technology sensibly? So, this is a really important one here. Everyone needs to acknowledge that private ownership of cultural property is not inherently wrong. And therefore, we have to decide, if we're going to start applying technological solutions, what is it we're looking for? What is illicit trafficking? What is it that we're trying to fight? And I think, again, you have to be quite strict here. Are you looking at this, and this is more for the lawyers in the room potentially, but are you looking from a strict legal perspective where you're saying that action is a crime? Because if so, in almost all parts of Europe, then you're writing off the potential to care about Nazi-looted art in private hands, where limitation periods mean it's no longer criminal to hold it. Any colonial-era pieces, not an issue. So Benin bronzes, absolutely fine. Anything like that, where there is a moral or an ethical issue, but not a legal issue, is ruled out if you apply a strict legal approach. And you have to think this kind of thing through when looking at how to apply technology to what we're doing, because I think technology is less subtle than that. Again, with the law, one of the big challenges we face in this entire exercise, and it's been touched on by others, is that we have legal systems in place in countries of origin of materials. So you might have a piece that, say, is looted from down here and is therefore covered by the Italian law. It can then travel through Germany, England. It's not sold in Germany, say, but it does get exported from Germany. It is then sold in England and sold to an American. All of these legal systems interact. That's a huge challenge, and one where, if anything, technology has got a role to play there. The UNESCO database of laws, if it's updated, would be a fantastic tool. But it's not one where necessarily technology is the answer, because it can't revolutionize this. Likewise, standards of proof, the cost of lawyers. These are the problems we face. It's not ones where technology is necessarily the answer. This is one where it could help. Data. The data that we have to work with is fractured, it's incomplete, it's wrong. That the data that the Carabinieri have is fantastic. It's an incredible record going back for, I'm trying to think, 60 years now, nearly? And more, because there'll be the earlier stuff. Because we have earlier stuff on ours as well, that you take records and you add them in, but it's fractured. We have things that are definitely stolen and are not on the Carabinieri database, and vice versa. And that's true with every database across the world. And there is room for technology here to start filling that kind of gap. But no one is talking about that. No one is talking about using it to try and draw together existing data sources. They tend to talk about just creating new databases and starting from scratch, which doesn't help. Again, people. This is a huge problem that we face, and again, I'm not sure technology is the answer. Again, you are spoiled here in Italy. You are absolutely spoiled because you have people like this. And you don't just have one or two or three, you have 250, four at this level, perhaps.
Met Police is five.
But the TPC, it's a huge organization that is policing the art market. There are probably as many law enforcement officers in Italy focused on the art market as in the rest of the world put together. That changes how you police that market, I think, in a way that technology cannot replicate. So for me, it's not a panacea, that technology is not the answer. We need to think about the challenges and work out how to address them. Technology may have a role to play, but first we have to identify the issues. And I think, as I've said, for me it's about the data. That might be where you can use technology best. But I think it's really important that when we apply an interdisciplinary approach, we don't miss the reality of what we're looking at. It's very easy to come in and think this alternative discipline has a solution that we can apply, that we can draw upon. But if you ignore the evidence and the challenges that are really faced, then it won't work. So first, you have to understand the cultural side of this, the legal side of it, the social, the criminological, the economic, and draw on that to work out where technology could fit in. And then you can see the opportunities. Once you see the opportunities, then perhaps next year we can talk about the gaps and the challenges. There you go.
Thank you very much. We really made the point. I mean, and was very much impressed. Okay. Now, the next talk is Donna Yates. She's the only one not complaining about the weather.
No.
Because, yeah, she said that this is normal for her. The third one.
I'm from the subtropics in the U.S. This feels good. This is lovely.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
I think
There we go. You press play, and then there'll be a... Perfect. Okay, let's make sure it moves, and then we'll know for sure it's fine. Excellent. Okay, first, thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here. A number of people before me said, oh, I'm not an expert in this field. I'm going to sit here and say, I'm an expert in this field. Because before I came here, I was calculating it, and I realized that I've been doing this for 20 years. So I've been working on this topic for 20 years, and the very first thing I did when it came to crime related to antiquities was immediately after my undergraduate degree, so I was very close to your age. And what I was actually doing is I was collecting market data for an extension of a US-Italy cultural property agreement, and I specifically was counting Apulian vases. So I love that I'm here in Puglia for the first time, full circle, 20 years later, talking about these items. And I was thinking about what to do today, what to talk to you guys about. I went back and forth. For a while, I was going to complain about every gap I saw. I have a lot of complaints. Don't worry about that. But I thought, actually, at this time of day, it might be fun to tell you guys about a small little interdisciplinary project that I did with some colleagues that identified a bit of a gap and found a technology solution to fill that gap, and then what we discovered. Hopefully it's interesting. Hopefully I don't get too excited and go over time. If I'm talking too much, move me on. But here we go. I'm calling this Crime in Museum Collections, Patterns, Priorities, and Hidden Knowledge. So when it comes to provenance research, histories of, actually I think this is an, let me do this one. Can that still be seen? Yeah. Because I think there's an updated version. No. Sorry. Let me refresh this page, and I think you'll get the newest version. Sorry about that. I made it a little shorter, and now I'm taking time. No, okay, never mind. So provenance research in museums has focused on reactions. That's not what you really want to focus on here. Basically, when we talk about crime, we've focused on very specific types of crime. We talk about antiquities trafficking. When we're trying to detect crime in the antiquities field, we're looking for specific types of trafficking. But I think, as an archaeologist turned criminologist, I think if we focus on this really one specific idea of crime, it may prevent us from seeing a bigger picture. So my key points today, which by the way, this is the right slide, so I don't know what happened before. My key points today is I'm going to argue to you that the crime information that's maybe locked away in museum collections and museum data may not be about the types of crime we expect to find, and that we need ways to reset our focus and priorities to move our research beyond what we expect to see. So today, I'm going to present a computer-assisted method for getting out of our own heads, for thinking about things in a different way, a really easy and simple one. And then an interesting story that are the preliminary research results of just trying this out exactly once. So here's the problem. Like I said, I think that we look for what we expect in the data we have. We expect to see certain types of antiquities trafficking, and then we look for it. I've spent 20 years doing that, so I admit that I'm one of these people doing exactly that. We look for the connections we expect, so relationships between people and institutions that we already kind of know about. We look for the people we expect, the familiar names, and like I said, the type of crimes that we expect. And I think that limits us to predictable scenarios and predictable antiquities crime. What if there are other crimes going on that we're not even thinking about? So what we need, this is my gap, the gap that we thought of, we need is a way to reframe our perspective of what we already know. We need a way to get out of our own heads. It needs to be based on knowledge we already have. It needs to be better than just randomly guessing things. And it needs to be able to lead us to conclusions we hadn't predicted. So in essence, we need to come up with a way to have like credible crime tips, little ideas that we can go off and research, like leads if you're like watching a crime TV show that are worth following. So welcome to the New Organogram Project. This project was led by my colleague Sean Graham at Carleton University in Canada. And this is an interdisciplinary project. So I am an archaeologist or a criminologist or a sociologist, depending on who you ask. I'm in a faculty of law. I'm a very confused person. But Sean is
I'm not the only one.
But Sean is in digital humanities, which, by the way, is such a cool area to be in right now. He looks at digital ways to explore humanities topics. So he's a very techie person, but ultimately he applies technology to arts and humanities and social science topics. So in talking about this issue that we need to get out of our own heads, I will say Sean developed a system of connecting nodes in a network versus a via of relationships. So basically Sean was using knowledge graphs to kind of create a model of certain type of relationships we know about. I know nothing about this. We have 3 papers on the topic. If you want to read the papers, there's the technology. Don't ask me any technological question. That's not my role in the project. The great thing about interdisciplinarity is that everybody has their role. That one was not my role. But what was exciting is to create this knowledge graph, this model of our knowledge. We trained it on something called the Trafficking Culture Encyclopedia. This is not a shameless plug, but the Trafficking Culture Encyclopedia is about 150 fully researched antiquities trafficking case studies, of which I wrote over half of. So in essence, we trained this on things that I already knew. We trained this on like a written idea of my own mind. And then after we did that, we asked the model to make suggestions of possible connections that didn't actually exist in the encyclopedia. Little ideas that, based on the pattern of relationships that are in the encyclopedia, might be another relationship that's there. And we checked the results. And the results were good for the things we knew about. So at one point, it suggested there was a relationship between 2 people that I know are married, but that wasn't mentioned in the Trafficking Culture Encyclopedia. So that's really, really good. And I want to note here, before I forget to say it, that this kind of stuff facilitates research. It doesn't replace expertise, because Sean would get the results and say, what do these mean? And then I come in, and I have the social side to know what it means. So just a quick look into this. This can be trained on textual and even other data. We've been doing it on videos and images. You can use museum records and so on. And basically, it makes little triples of person worked with person, or, you know, these, you can see it here. And then ultimately you get these beautiful readouts and so on, and then like statistical things of how close they are. You can tell I'm not a stats person. But ultimately, it produced meaningful results that we could check based on our prior knowledge. And as a little aside, we originally had hired somebody to manually make these triples and associate these things to do the analysis on. But after ChatGPT became big, we trialed replacing that human with ChatGPT, and it made a process that lasted 30 days, last 30 minutes. So ChatGPT could do it for us. Sorry, we're replacing people. But here's the exciting thing, and I'm going to run out of time before I tell you the whole story, so I'm going to speed up. We then asked it to give us a connection that we had no prior knowledge of. Just give us something random and new that we can investigate. So basically, we asked this model, trained on what I know, to suggest a connection that I didn't know about. And here's what it gave us. The model suggested, this is the very first one it suggested, the Brooklyn Museum, you can see it up there, and this guy, Leonardo Patterson. So who is Leonardo Patterson? Well, he is quite the character. He's a Costa Rican national. He is currently, I believe, a resident of Munich. He's an infamous dealer of real and fake Latin American antiquities. He has criminal convictions in the US, in Germany, possibly elsewhere. He's quite the character. I can go on all day about Leonardo Patterson, but trust, when that name comes up, I'm like, yeah, okay, something's going on here. But what about the Brooklyn Museum? When I saw that, I said, well, that's not a crazy connection, but I've never heard of the two of them being together before. I know that Patterson lived in New York in the 60s and 70s. I know that the Brooklyn Museum purchased looted Maya antiquities at the time and had to give some of them back. But I would have never, ever thought to look at Leonardo Patterson and the Brooklyn Museum. Why? Well, after 4 very long, complicated minutes doing provenance research on my mobile phone in a Geneva hotel, it worked. There was a connection. We found 2 very minor objects in the Brooklyn Museum that were connected to Leonardo Patterson. Oh, wow, there you go. Like, as proving a model works, that's great. But wait a minute, there's something more here, and this is where this gets really exciting. On the one hand, we can prove this model works, whatever. Here's the research that happens after this model working. So Leonardo Patterson didn't sell these objects to the Brooklyn Museum. If you see up there, it says gift of Leonardo Patterson. He donated them, but he's not that kind of guy. The only other Patterson donation to a museum that I knew about at that point was a multi-million-dollar tax manipulation scheme in Australia that forced Australia to change its tax code. So when I see donated by Leonardo Patterson, I say, oh no, something's going on. Again, I don't want to go into this. I could give you an academic paper that explains this, but basically Leonardo Patterson imported a bunch of antiquities into Australia. Investors paid $1.2 million for them. They had some outside valuer value them at $3.7 million. Then they instantly donated them to the museum for an inflated tax break. It was terrible. It wasn't the intent of the tax code, but basically Leonardo Patterson got $1 million Australian dollars in 1980, and the investors got their tax break, and the only thing Australia could do was change their tax code. So we always talk about antiquities trafficking. This is another side of it. You know, in a way, who cares about those trafficked antiquities? The real money here was the tax break. That was the real crime. So why did Leonardo Patterson donate 2 low-quality objects to the Brooklyn Museum in 1968? Well, as it turns out, as I started researching this further after a tip, I found a whole bunch of different donations by Leonardo Patterson to various world museums, 3 different continents, all low-quality, kind of crappy objects. What's going on here? Well, some information came from the British Museum because Leonardo Patterson donated some human teeth to the British Museum in 1984. And when I contacted them about it, the curator said there was very little documentation about these teeth, and they had never looked into him. Inside the file on the teeth, there was a thank you letter that had been generated by the British Museum on British Museum letterhead that had been returned to sender. So basically, they sent this to Leonardo Patterson, and it came back to them saying there's no one by that name at this address. And then written on the envelope were notes back and forth by curators from the time saying, should we be taking donations from somebody who gives fake addresses? Maybe we shouldn't. And it ended there. So the British Museum didn't know where Leonardo Patterson was at the time. But I do. That happens to be exactly the month that Leonardo Patterson was arrested in the United States on federal wire fraud charges for trying to sell fake Maya murals, which he was trying to do in the US and Switzerland at the time. So no wonder he was already no longer at that address. He was under arrest. So what was going on? So to go very criminological quickly, we believe that Leonardo Patterson was using museum donation to reputation launder. That's a term that actually comes from one of your fine Italian criminologists, Ernesto Savona. But he was reputation laundering in advance of other criminal schemes. So to get that letter that letter from the British Museum that says, "Thank you, Leonardo Patterson, from the most famous museum in the world for your beautiful donation of some teeth," he could potentially take that letter, move over to where he's trying to sell fake Maya murals for several $1 million and say, "I'm legitimate. The British Museum, they acknowledge me." And looking into the first donation we found, thanks to our method, as it turns out, one thing that existed was the Brooklyn Museum's annual list of donors, where they thank donors for their kind donation, but don't really say what the donation is. Guess whose name is on there? Leonardo Patterson. If he has a copy of that, he's like, "I am a donor to the Brooklyn Museum." And they don't know that it's like two crappy little things. It makes him seem legitimate. And once he does that, he can commit other crimes. He can be pushing fakes, he can be doing trafficking, he can do tax evasion and fraud, and who knows, stuff we don't know about. One of the things he was convicted of in Germany was like bringing an entire fake gigantic Olmec head into Germany and then passing it off as real. This is an interesting guy. So basically, having placed minor objects in important museums, he appears legitimate on the market. So the objects in question were minor, they might have been fakes, but they were underpinning transnational crime that isn't really trafficking crime. They were unlikely to have ever been linked to each other and investigated. And the museums in question, I talked to almost all of them, never communicated with each other about these objects. And I was unlikely to come up with this connection on my own. So to end, I know I've gone probably horribly over time. I think antiquities crime research should be interdisciplinary and creative. So sticking to our normal research frames and what we expect to see in this type of crime allows patterns and crime to potentially go undetected. So this is the little notification in the British Museum list. If you see this, you've got Leonardo Patterson right there. But interestingly, when I was looking at the exact same year in the Brooklyn Museum, there's another dealer donating very small minor objects at exactly the same time. Interesting enough, there's Ed Mirren popping up on our knowledge graph readout. And he also was donating these things. And I think antiquities crime research shouldn't only be about objects and thinking about the objects themselves. They should be about the bigger patterns and the people and the social aspects of things. Because again, there's more going on here. Like, this is a completely other museum. Here's Leonardo Patterson's crappy, donations. And here's equally small, crappy donations by another dealer. These are very minor objects, but each one of those dealers walks away with a certificate saying thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very interesting story. I will talk with her later because I know stories also like this. Okay, now the last talk of this session is going to be given by Gianna Diacoliandro, Venkat. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope that we still have the attention of all the students. I have to say that we were all impressed among us speakers about the capacity that you had during all the day long to listen to us and not get distracted by iPhone or computers, etc. So we need to congratulate, applaud them for this capacity. This is not something that we see every day, so this is why we were impressed. And Francesca told us that this is a special class, so I believe it's the case. Also a class of people that have a lot of ambition, that you want in the future to lead in many different aspects and sectors. So this is extremely rewarding for us, that we are here today to prepare the next generation, sharing our experience and thought. So after a number of fantastic presentations from colleagues, expert or not expert, I believe all extremely expert in the topics that we have discussed today, my perspective is the perspective of education and training, because this is the network, European Network on Cultural Management and Policy that I represent. And is also a network where we really try to understand how the market is evolving, which are the future profiles that the market need, and which are, of course, the skills and competencies that need to be provided to the future generation of professionals. ENCAT is a cross-sectorial network, but we also have, since 2010, addressed the topic of the art market, so in a number of partnership with the BRAFA Art Fair, that is one of the most popular art fair in the world, and also the Maastricht Art Fair, where Donna is also extremely involved, and also you are involved in these extremely important art fairs. So these discussions that we have been organizing since 2010, they all confirm what was said today, the lack of data. It's true that very often we have an incredible number of research, but finally these research are not really backed very often by solid data. So this is very important, comes all the times from this discussion. And of course, when it speaks about data, we also speaks about researchers and methodology that need to be provided to collect this data. Also, we were involved in the last 3 years in an important European project that is aimed to define which are the profiles in the future for the culture and heritage sector. This is an impressive project because it involves 51 partners, all the major networks in Europe working in the field of cultural heritage. Very impressive number of also researchers involved to understand which are in the future, in the next 10 years, the scenarios, and how these scenarios are asking for new profile, new generation of professionals in the field, in the specific field of cultural heritage. And the positive news of the discussions today is that it's really confirmed that the future generation of cultural heritage professional must have, without any compromise, interdisciplinary skills. Today, you cannot imagine to work as a cultural heritage professional if you don't have these intercultural and intersectorial transversal skills. They are defined as such, so this is one of the conclusions of this project that is coming to an end, started 3 years ago, in December will be concluded, that the need for transversal skills is very high in all the sector, and in particular in the culture and heritage sector, and this includes the so-called soft skills, as well as hard skills in management, financial management, communication, and digital skills. Soft skills keep popping up in all sorts of heritage contexts, with the communication skills, and in particular the knowledge of new technologies being the most prominent one. Also, this was repeated many times today. We are in a completely different working environment, and this working environment really ask new professions and new profiles. And these profiles, according to the studies that we have done in this project charter, they don't exist at all today. So the project, in fact, has identified 8 new curricula. This new curriculum, they must be included, implemented in all the universities that train future cultural managers. And two are the curricula that I think are relevant in the discussions today. One is about new education and training to be provided in digital skills. And the second one, surprisingly enough, is on illicit trafficking of cultural goods. This specific curriculum is embedded in the idea of a new world that is more and more globally interconnected, and an increasing rate of professional mobility within and outside Europe. In this context, the project mentioned that heritage plays a fundamental role in fostering international exchange and cooperation. This is why nowadays, more than ever, several professions in the cultural heritage sector are taking part in regional and international networks that bring together different perspectives and experience. But also international cooperation projects funded by a different number of actors. Today we have listened quite a number of them, such as European Union or UNESCO, require specific knowledge and a set of skills and competencies to work in a changing and challenging intercultural environment. So I also have to say, I'm going to short as much as possible, that also the set of new policy at European level ask more and more for acting in this combating illicit trafficking of cultural goods. For instance, we have submitted in March, our new project application for the next 4 years. And one of the requests among the priorities that we have to tackle to be selected as a potential networks for funds was how we can back up the European Union policy in terms of capacity building advocacy for combating illicit trade in cultural goods. And there is a very large set of policy documents where this topic is very important. If I want now to move from this generic introduction to what are the specific characteristics of the new curriculum on illicit trafficking, how it was identified by the Charter Project, we found the following. From a knowledge viewpoint, the new profiles of people working in the field of illicit trafficking, they should comprehend the history, the value, and the significance of a cultural artifact. They also need to understand the norm and the procedure to protect and preserve cultural objects. They need to recognize the culture and ethical implication of artifacts. This was mentioned by all the speakers today. They also have to understand the diplomatic and legal framework from cross-border cooperation in cultural property protection. This is what James said. No, you've stole something and you have to address different legal and cross-border cooperation context. You have to understand the national and international law, agreements and conventions related to cultural property crimes and protection. You also need to demonstrate a basic understanding of illegally excavated items, example, methodology, and effect of illegal archaeological excavation according to national and international conventions. In terms of core skills that were identified in the frame of this new curricula, we can read that research, document, organize, evaluate, and use information related to heritage crime and illicit trafficking are essential. It was important to cooperate in the specific field with the law enforcement, museums, and international organizations and stakeholders. It's important to evaluate threats and vulnerabilities in the field of cultural heritage property, implement a security protocol to prevent theft, smuggling, illegal exportation, and other crimes related to cultural heritage. But also, as a course field, we find that it's important to apply art economics, international regulation on import and export of cultural property, due diligence obligation for the art market. These curricula also include a number of transversal skills. They are the facilitate communication, mutual understanding and trust, respecting diversity, employ cultural sensitivity when working with international partners from different backgrounds, practice public outreach, communication with the public. Again, I was talking with one of the speakers how important is communication as a skills, adhere to ethical standards and maintain integrity in the field, but also demonstrate technology proficiency, basic understanding of innovation technology and database. These new professionals are working in the field of illicit trafficking. They also should be highly responsible and autonomous in working conditions with law enforcement to combat cultural heritage crime. They should contribute to development of the sector and create new knowledge by researching and publishing the field. And finally, what also this project show in a very bold way, it's extremely important to create multidisciplinary teams where all the actors, and we saw today a number of variety of actors can work all together, hand in hand. So this is the curricula that I hope maybe the University of Salento will take over in the future as one of the excellence of one of the first implementing this funding of the project. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Giannalia, for this very interesting talk, which opens a lot of possible collaborations, and also for helping us in organizing this session and this meeting. Okay, now we have the final remarks, I would say, from Professoressa Luciana Lazzaretti from the University of Florence, now Professor Emeritus at the University of Florence. And she is going to make a synthesis and research agenda. Thank you very much.
Impossibile. So, thank you so much to everybody. Be quiet 10 minutes, okay?
You said 10 minutes.
So, please. Maybe 15.
Okay.
So, thank you so much to everybody. First of all, my dear Francesca Imperiale, sorry much, she was one of my special scholars, you know. And then to the director. Where is the director? Isufi.
He was here 1 second ago.
1 second, yeah.
Okay, it's going away. Okay, perfect.
I see her.
Because he is an economist. I want to thank you.
Sorry.
And in some way, we had something together because I have a story that started from management studies, but then I became an economist, and especially I studied local economic development and development economics. And the professor which one was I studied, and when I come back from the United States, I go to Giacomo Beccattini, and I told him that I would like to measure the famous Distretto Industriale, you know. So I spent 10 years before to be able to measure the famous industrial district of Prato using the population ecology approach. But this is another story, but it is the linkage between the professor, sorry with the name, Pizzelli, lui, yes, Salvatore, no, sì, yeah. Okay. And then there is another one, very fantastic guy, that's a physician. So I have a story of in my life because I spent 5 years of my life at the physical department in Florence, CNR, IFAC CNR, so studying restoration. So this is another story. So I mean, and then I gained the information about the title emeritus here, so maybe Puglia.
It's fantastic place. Okay. After this so crazy story, but when I was in the United States, the first thing was I said, Sidney Winter was, it's a joke, and began the story. So I have to say in another way. I am so small, but anyway, I try to do the best. Nothing worked now, okay? No, don't work this one, don't work this one. But I try to put together the different technology, the manual technology and the new technology too. Which kind of a round table I have to discuss? It's a formidable work. Thank you, Francesca. I have everything, okay? I have institution, cultural institution. I have the police, Carabinieri. We have another criminology. My God. And then there is not economist. No, the only one was, the professor. Okay, you, okay. But anyway, there is some point that emerge. I want to underline first the point. And then if I have time, I try to give some elements about the different presentation that the colleagues have done in a very interesting way, because I know nothing. So I am a perfect discussant, because if I understand, that will be fantastic. So please verify what I say. Interdisciplinary. The story of the first part of the day was completely involved inside the round table without discussing. So Professor Rick was completely agree with everybody, I suppose. He's an economist too. He have studied near Chicago School, Freeman, and so on. So he don't want to measure, That is another point. Another point, by methodological point of view, that emerged here, is the relevance of case studies. Okay? Everybody in economics says we have to measure, we have to do number in any way. And now we discover that for study this kind of so complex subject, we need to go back to case studies. This is another important point that underline in another way that interdisciplinary approach and multidisciplinary approach have to be taken in account. And maybe the academia will to listen to us. I don't think so, but anyway, we can continue to speak about that. Well, another point is complexity issues. The question that I want to propose to most of the person that's spoken at the beginning was everybody was speaking about climate change, but not about culture. Why? Also, culture is complex, like climate change. Climate change is a trend, because at the end of the 90s, everybody speaks about culture, and when I've studied, my dear students, we have the primary sector, the second sector, the third sector, the fourth sector, and the fourth sector was culture, and culture in the new millennium became the first one again. So culture have done a very big job to introduce the new revolution. Because climate change and artificial intelligence are the two trends, the new two trends that you can see in this new era. But was culture, and will be culture, that will be able to transform just a technical idea into a human culture, please, and not only a technical culture. So remember that you want to study climate change, you have to remember that there is a culture in the back. And also in artificial intelligence, there is a culture in the back.
So the difference that the Italian, the humanistic dimension can give, and also in the sense also the heritage, is culture. It's something they cannot see, but the embedded, my dear colleagues, the touching knowledge, if you want to transform a new era, are not anymore that one we have with industrial decision. Because in that period, the culture means culture of work. Now, culture means of identity of the country, of the different community, because the word is community. And for us that are European, our community. It is another point. So, global dimension. Everybody have to speak in global sense. All the project that was presented here need complexity, interdisciplinary, and global dimension. So that means that the word is a small word in some way. And if the colleagues don't know that speaking about, no, I don't ask you to do a graph, don't worry. But if you use social network, what is social network approach? Social network approach that everybody wants to use now is a methodology that comes from sociology. And what means sociology? Sociology means that you need the community dimension, so the human dimension. So everybody now to speak, explicate something, need to go back to the human dimension, to the human approach of the problem. So, in a period when everybody wants to measure, you can measure, you understand nothing, you explain the things, you gain place, but you understand nothing, okay? To understand something, you have to think again. Oh, sorry. Global dimension, Oh, the other point is, I don't know which kind of analysis of this roundtable I'm doing, sorry. Technology. Technology is another thing that come many times. Well, technology, which kind of technology? Technology now means IC, artificial intelligence, IC, social network. One more, blockchain. Why don't you have study better blockchain, Professor Donna? Because the professor that I know in law want to construct a blockchain to reconstruct the origin. So the concept of provenance now, the concept of provenance is not anymore the idea of provenance that we have in the past, connecting with the place, the territorial dimension. But if you want to speak in terms of actors, that is another point that's connected with the graph and the interrelation between the different actors. Here you have a new frontiers completely. It's very interesting, I think. I studied artificial intelligence during the COVID. I write a book for another one, but I don't want to speak about artificial intelligence because here we are in a cultural place. We are discussing about heritage. And I don't want to discuss about the machines. You will speak about machine. You have to explain us, as she said, the new generation, how we have to survive to machine. And is your question. And is your problem or your opportunity. But please remember that I have just paper. This one I have to read because you sent me a message, but I cannot speak about everything. Don't work anymore because don't work. I have done the summary of everything. I've read, I don't know how many things about everything that Francesca sent me. And now what I have a booklet, 10 minutes, people that are looking for me, and to synthesize the impossible. What says Professor before
unknowns. Huh? Unknown unknowns was fantastic words to study. Unknown unknowns and other short word. What about you? You told cultural right. Unknown unknowns, cultural right. Keep some words from each one of these so fantastic person to synthesize the mosaic so beautiful that I've seen yesterday into the Basilica of Otranto. I finish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Non ho detto nulla di quello che dovevo dire.
Ma hai detto tutto quello che c'è bisogno di sentire. She said, I didn't say anything of what I was supposed to say, and I said, yes, but you said what we were waiting to hear from you. And so it's really very impressive. Now we should have the question and session. Indeed, I got a few questions from students, but I guess that we discussed already 2 of them. I don't know, but I have a question from Vittorio De Stradis. Where is he? It was answered because, and also from Lucia Sanapo. Lucia Sanapo? Yeah, because they were questions essentially related to what Alice was saying, and you made exactly the same question that we are going to do. And so it was discussed, yes. Yeah, it was coincidence, yes. Now we have another question from Tina Rebecca sorry. Another question from Tina Rebecca Ligorio. May I invite you to come here and, or the microphone is coming. Okay. Okay.
Good evening.
Il mio professore di economia che vi ho invitato alla talk
sta funzionando molto
ha messo in evidenza che la blockchain è il solo modo oggi per studiare.
Good evening. I have a curiosity about some subjects we have talked before. If I'm not wrong, an European server should indeed be launched within a year to track the illegal traffic of artworks. And I was wondering if its functionalities will be similar to those of ID art and therefore be accessible to citizens, or if it will be intended on or for nationals and international authorities, and also will there be some sort of verification for the authenticity of the file and infos uploaded on them?
I don't know if I can summarize the question. Who can ask this question? She was asking about the ID art. Right?
No, I was asking about the European server that will be...
Your question is if it is accessible also to citizens or
yes,
only to...
exactly.
But who can answer? I know that there is a database from Carabinieri. Is it accessible also for...
Well, choose the microphone?
Yeah, it's on, yes.
Okay. The database, Leonardo, is not accessible to all citizens for, let's call it, security reasons. Because you may see the perspective of, let's say, a lawful, law-obedient citizen. But on the other side, there is also the side of a criminal who wants to verify if the stolen work of art is already in the database. So we cannot give them this help. That's why I mentioned before ITPC. ITPC is the accessible part of our database. ITPC as a part of self-detection system. So you may upload a picture of a painting you're seeing right now, and then the system will verify if there is some points in common with some stolen artifacts in our database. And it will give it a percentage of similarity. When we talk about ADIART, we're talking about Interpol. We are a national organization. We are the first organization worldwide that began to work on in this field. For this reason, we are storing in our database images from governments of South America, from the Middle East, from whoever country in the world that wants to have their stolen works of art images in a database. So they may decide to have it in Interpol as well. They may decide to have it in our database in order to make it faster for our investigators to locate the properties. Interpol is one thing. The National Ministry of Culture Carabinieri database is another. Then you have SWOTs. As I mentioned, I know that I did it very fast. SWOTs is an AI system that is able to find by itself a similarity between the image of a stolen work of art and the image of a work of art that is present on the net. It's possible for countries abroad to receive for free a client of our database. This is a very important step forward. This is a very important step close to have a global system of databases working on stolen works of art. Each country may have a database. Each country may have this enhancement software that is SWOTs that can help to connect their database with our database, with other databases all over the world. It's a very close step to what James was saying before. So technology is out there somehow to unify what before was not possible to unify. When you have a database, you need to be extremely oversure of what you are putting inside. The data needs to be verified 1,000 times. Images have to be clear. In our database, we not have only pictures. We have descriptions. We have drawings. We have pictures of pictures. Because sometimes it's not possible to have a clear image of what is stolen. That's why we have object ID. Object ID began with Carabinieri. It was our first step to standardize the description of a stolen work of art.
Okay.
So to answer your question, yes, there are multiple databases. Some databases we don't even know that are existent because, for instance, there is a private database in the Balkans that belongs to a private citizen. That one is a very important factor. Everywhere in the world, some people, they feel the need to protect the cultural heritage, even though they're not governmental institutions or organizations. The key, the important factor is the fact that human beings, they feel the need to protect their own heritage.
Yeah.
It's beyond the value, the economy is beyond that. We are talking about the proof of existence of human beings on Earth for the future generations. It is beyond the value of money. It's about the expression of mankind. So databases are a good thing. The way we are trying to harmonize them, it's ongoing, and I must say it's going to be fruitful. Fruitful is going to have some very good degree of success.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have two other curiosity. I have the first one by Maria Elena Simone. Where is she? She's here. Do you want to come here or no? You have the microphone there. Speak loud such that we can hear you.
Okay, good evening. I'm a literature student, and my question focuses more on a historical aspect of the trafficking of cultural goods. Indeed, Hitler and Nazi forces in general used to steal or destroy pieces of art and other culturally important items in European countries. And there was an allied group that was given the task of saving them and returning them to their rightful owners or countries or families. And so this is, I guess this was a really difficult mission. And I was wondering how it was possible at that time, without the modern technology that we have today, to perform such a dangerous mission.
The monument. She was. Yeah. She was
Yes,
referring to the monument.
because I have,
Sean Connery.
I've watched
Monument Man, Sean Connery. The movie.
I think the easy answer to that question is that technology makes things faster, but the basic principle is that you had records of things that were taken, and you could identify against those records the things that you found. And in a way, there was the easy stuff there at the beginning, because it was all found in the salt mines and so on, and so you knew it was bad. The difficulty now is you don't necessarily know a picture was looted by the Nazis, it's just in private hands. But at that point, if you knew it was in a salt mine, it had been stolen from someone. And then you could look at the records that did exist, and yes, it was slower. You'd have photos, you'd have index cards, you'd have catalogues, you'd have dealers' stock books, that kind of thing. And now it's all digitized. People have spent a lot of time and money digitizing those records so that you can search them electronically. At the time, it was slower, but we've managed to exist with books for hundreds of years, manuscripts for thousands of years, clay tablets for even longer. We've always been able to compare information from different sources. And so it was slow. It was at times dangerous work when they began because the war was still going on. But the basic principle is simply, and this is the same regardless of whether you're doing it yourselves or if you're using a system with AI, like sorts. It's you compare one thing to another and see if you think it could be the same thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Oriol, there is a quick comment by Oriol.
It is not a comment, it's just to praise, related to this, something that we worked together with the Carabinieri some years ago, I think 10 years ago, with the Unite for Heritage initiative. And with, because I remember that I was there with presenting this with prominent people like David Sassoli, who died, Sassoli, Silvia Costa. We were in the European Parliament, I think 7 years ago, presenting the initiative with the former commander. I don't remember now the name. And it was the initiative that it was really attached to UNESCO and to this aim to work together in a cooperation, and as we are working now in different places like in Western Balkans that we are implementing a project together. So the aim to put the heritage in the top of the priorities and to work together in this protection of cultural heritage as a whole. And Unite for Heritage gives a lot of impetus on this, and I wanted to thank the Carabinieri and to continue to just this is it was an initiative that worked, but I know that we can start continue working on this perspective. So thank you for this.
We're going to have new training for blue helmets. We'll start this September. So we will have another 25 new blue helmets. The blue helmets are task force.
Yeah.
As a task force that is going to be deployed according to need related to the protection of cultural heritage in terms of events determined by human beings or natural disasters. Events determined by human beings, I'm talking about wars and conflicts, and natural disasters, of course, there are earthquakes and so on. So we collected some experience in Northern Africa, in the Balkans, Albania. So we're gathering quite a good experience in terms of how to intervene after an earthquake to protect cultural heritage. If you think that in central Italy, right after the earthquake, 1 hour after, we had, we call it in Italian jackals, we had people trying to steal from churches, from museums. If you think about the Gulf War, after the attack on Baghdad, the Baghdad Museum was attacked 1 hour after the first bomb was dropped. So somebody entered the museum to steal the cultural heritage of Iraq. If we think about the Arab Spring, after the Arab Spring, right after, the day after, museums were looted by their own citizens to steal cultural heritage, trying to make some very quick and fast money. So our job helped a lot to recover many of the Egyptian artifacts and to give them back to Egypt. Is a continuous, ongoing job, and I would say that when we talk about monuments, man, we refer to a movie. There was another Italian hero, which was Rodolfo Siviero, and he was able to do a very important job. So if you have a chance to Google the name Rodolfo Siviero, it will open to you a new world of protection of cultural heritage coming from the past. And if we think about looting, and well, the Nazis, they were not, I wouldn't say they're not the last, but they were not the first. So we have to go back at the period of the first temple in Jerusalem. It goes way back. It's a nature of human being to destroy, to eliminate the cultural heritage of your enemy. Because as long as you cancel the cultural heritage of your enemy, it will take him longer to...
I want to add one thing for the future, for the students in this sense. We discuss about now about citizen science. So the term citizen science is something new era. So another way to think about a statistician, for instance, but I think that we include inside this idea also culture. If you change the label in some way, maybe we can be recognized. Because one of the points that I haven't said, and I want to stress the point of Marco, I don't remember, Musumeci. No,
Marco Musumeci.
Okay. What the consensus that we have to construct. And if we relabel the study on culture connected with disaster, for instance, we can go under the label of climate change. I'm speaking for the e-commerce for institutions that are able to do the lobby for culture at European level. That is very important.
Not at a European level. We're doing it at
global level,
UN level for the post-2030.
And also, if you want to speak about a new kind of job, he is speaking about new kind of job.
Okay, thank you. Now we're really late. We go to the last question by Maria Donno. Is she here? Okay, she's there. Yeah.
Good evening. Dr. Yates, as a cultural heritage student, I would like to know...
Excuse me, can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, sorry. As a cultural heritage student, I would like to know what are the main challenges in maintaining the historical and cultural integrity of artifacts recovered from illicit trafficking, and how can the original characteristic be recovered using modern restoration techniques? Thank you.
I'm so glad you asked that question.
can answer that, though.
Well, maybe I can, or more like I can see a future where maybe someone could answer that. It's been spoken about here before, as you know, the looting of cultural heritage removes archaeological context. And we have been saying for decades, if you take it out of the ground, the archaeological context is lost, we can never regain that. That's true. And that means that it limits what we can do with these objects when they're returned. We get a great object back, wonderful, but we lose all of this potential scientific information. That, again, that's always going to be true, but lately there have been a number of kind of scattered projects here and there that are doing, like, I've been trying to come up with a term for it. I've been calling it like holistic reprovenancing, but that's a terrible term, and I never want to use that. But there's been some interesting work looking at sometimes just even individual objects and taking, here's the key word, an interdisciplinary approach to trying to figure out exactly where that object came from in the ground and when. That has all sorts of legal ramifications, but it also has archaeological and art historical ramifications. So one particular example that had a book come out about this recently is one particular Maya sculpture. And no one knows what Maya city this sculpture came from. We know that it was seen by an explorer in the 1950s. We know it was stolen. Several people saw it on the market. Its current whereabouts are unknown. There's some photographs about it. But there was like a group project to use linguistic analysis, to use historical analysis of this truly strange adventurer who saw it, to do market analysis, to do legal analysis, and then to physically walk on the ground based on all those things to see if they could find the spot where it came from. And they got very close. Like they're basically following like a strange map. And while they didn't quite get the exact spot, that kind of interdisciplinary thing is very exciting because the moment that stela appears, if they can show the exact spot, they have proof that it was in its country of origin at a particular time, they can potentially recover it. But also, as they, and this gets very far into Maya archaeology, and I'm sorry, because they were able to determine a very small part of the world where it came from, the writing on the stela suddenly becomes significant and important because the writing on the stela starts to show how different kingdoms were allied during this 100-year Maya civil war. And that little bit of writing will place that bit of territory into this big, gigantic pan-Maya conflict. So suddenly you have this lost bit of context that actually really adds to our understanding of Maya political history that didn't exist until you had this holistic attempt to try to get it into one spot. So that's a big, long way for me to say, there are efforts to try to do this, and it really depends on getting people all in the same room. Because I'm sitting here with somebody who potentially, if we ended up actually physically having that piece, could do particular testing to show physically what rock this is made of and assign it to a particular country and place. That's exciting. So yeah, I hate holistic reprovenancing. I want a better term. Maybe we can come up with something. But there are a few projects like that, or a few kind of groups of people who are thinking, we've been saying for all these years, the context is gone, we can't do anything. But this is kind of a rethinking of it. Like, what can we actually draw out of these objects if we work together in various ways to put it in place? So yeah, I'm so glad you asked that. There's no, I think I should say for any one of these objects or any group of objects, there's no one-size-fits-all solution, but it really is, however cheesy it sounds to say that, it is interdisciplinary work that can place those objects into space and time and context again.
Okay.
I'm so enthusiastic.
Can I add one thing?
Very, very
recontextualization.
Few words.
Yeah. I would like to say that in Italy, the use of metal detectors is allowed. It is forbidden and is punished by the law in a very strict way to use the metal detector and to dig, especially in an archaeological protected area.
Yeah.
The law in Italy says that whatever lies underground and in the depth of the seas and the rivers belongs to the state. The same law is more or less working worldwide. So the warning is, do not use metal detectors in a way that is forbidden by law, because we're talking about removing from the context. A lot of people, I would say quite a lot of people, are using metal detectors to look for coins and for relics and antiques that are underground. This is forbidden by law. Another practice that is very, very dangerous for the cultural heritage, it's urban exploration of ancient buildings, mansions, and so on. So we are spreading the world. We're going to spread it in a more different way at the national level. In the meantime, we are arresting people doing that. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay, now we close the session here. I would like to thank all the speakers again, the students, and just to give you a small announcement, there is the shuttle for the speakers, only for the speakers, I'm sorry. Yeah, but the shuttle will pick you up, not up where they left us this morning, but just by here. So you do not have to climb up the hill. And for the students, you go walk, but it's going to be easier. Okay. Alle 8:15. No, stasera la cena è qui. Ma l'hotel è l'Est-Hotel, no?
Però come facciamo?
Mo credo che ci sia la navetta di nuovo.
Ah, fantastico. Questo è importante per noi. Sì, dico, perché è importante per noi la navetta.
Alle 8:15 la navetta vi riprende dall'hotel come stamattina.
Benissimo, grazie. Benissimo, grazie.